Um, yes, I'm Belton Ziegler. I grew up in Florence, South Carolina, and after law school, I went off to D.C. to work with a big firm, and I did international trade work. And when our second child was on the way, I realized that work in a big law firm in D.C. was not conducive to raising kids the way I wanted to. So moved back to Columbia. And I was sitting in my office one day, and one of the partners came in and said, "You've done regulatory work, Ziegler." And I said, "Yes, international trade work." "Have you done energy work?" "No, sir." "Utility work?" "No, sir." "Well, you're the best we got. Here's the appeal of the Public Service Commission rate case putting a nuclear plant into rates. I want you to handle it." And so off I went. That was 1985, and I've practiced extensively in the utility space since then. I worked as outside attorney, and then was brought in-house with the old South Carolina Electric and Gas, and then was rotated for a while into a developmental position where I was in charge of power marketing and gas marketing. And then when the attempt was made to create a regional transmission organization for the Carolinas called Grid South, I was the designated executive from SCE&G who went to that project. And there was one from Duke and one from Progress and myself. And we did a great job putting the organization together. But as we were about 3 months, 90 days away from turning the thing on and actually running the grid, there was a change of leadership at FERC. And the new FERC commissioners, Federal Energy Regulatory Commissioners, decided that these were people who were very close to a company called Enron at that point, that there was too much utility domination of this Grid South project and not enough scope for players like Enron to play in it. And so they withdrew the authorizations, and we had to close the whole shop down after having spent $60 million and hired 30 or 40 people. But from that point, I went back into private practice and have been private practice doing energy law since then. So that's a quick overview of my career. I practice extensively at the Public Service Commission. I do some federal work. I don't do a lot of work at FERC, but I know how that situation works, and that's what I'll be talking with you all about. We have 450 lawyers over in Great Britain, and practice extensively in the energy field there and the United States. This is, I think, one of your first sessions, and I thought it makes sense to go to the basics about how regulation works, why regulation takes place, and what the legal structures are within which both the states and the federal governments regulate energy activities. The seminal case is Munn versus Illinois, 1876, which says that states have the right to regulate businesses that are affected with a public interest. So anything that is important generally for the public to conduct their lives can be regulated. The Munn case involved grain elevators, which were a scarce commodity in the Midwest. But toll roads were another early regulatory entity. And the affected with public interest is a fairly broad category, and it's been interpreted that way. And under the Commerce Clause, the United States Congress has the ability to regulate all commerce between the states. So anything that is in interstate commerce can be regulated. The protection, though, the balance is that under the Constitution, private property cannot be taken for public use without just compensation. So when the state or the federal government says your property has a public interest associated with it, and therefore we're going to impose comprehensive regulation over it, part of that regulation has to recognize that the owners of the property have the right to compensation for the use of their assets. And so the structure of regulation has always been around balancing the competitive and public interest in the assets in question being used in a fair, non-discriminatory, and societally beneficial way, and I think I may have actually skipped over a slide here, and the owners being compensated for their assets and their investment. And the two leading cases, and they'll often, if you hang around with utility lawyers and go to public service commissions or FERC, you'll hear talk about Hope and Bluefield. And these are the two cases, Bluefield from 1923 and Hope from 1944, that define the fact that the counterbalance in regulation is that the people who own the regulated asset have the right to a return that's equal to that generally made at the same time on similar investments and undertakings with similar risk. And that means there has to be enough revenue, and I'm reading now from Bluefield, both to cover operating expenses, but also the capital costs of the business. And capital costs include both paying the debt service and also dividends to the equity investors who provide the equity capital for the company. And so you'll be talking later about state regulation, and these are core concepts for state regulation, but they're equally core for federal regulation as well. Federal regulation of the energy sector dates back to the progressive movement of the early part of the 19th century, and I've got a little meme of Teddy Roosevelt with his big stick. He's walking softly down the railroad there, and he was one of the progressive movement's policies was to regulate these carriers with public interest, and the principal one was railroads, and that's when railroad regulation and railroad rate regulation came into being. But they also regulated oil pipelines, and so that, I think, is the beginning of federal regulation in the energy sector. That's the Hepburn Act. It was initially administered by the International Trade Commission, but in 1977 was brought under the Department of Energy. So there is a part of the Department of Energy that regulates oil pipelines. Probably not the most important topic for you guys, but interesting to know that. These are the key statutes that apply in the federal context. And we'll go through most of them, some in more detail than others. And as you can imagine, almost any one of these statutes and almost any one of the slides I'm presenting could be the basis of a full day of discussion. But we'll have to sort of hit the high points so that you all have a frame of reference as to what federal regulation looks like. Let's start with the Federal Water Power Act. If any of you are involved in low-head hydro or renewable activities surrounding hydro, you need to understand that those are federally regulated. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has a very good website. You can pull up the licenses. You can determine where the license status is. The federal government regulates these projects for dam safety, public use and access, recreation. If you have a public reservoir that's FERC regulated, it's a hydropower reservoir. You have to let people pull water out of it if they need it for drinking water purposes, things like that. You have to have a process for people to be permitted to do it. There's wildlife and environmental preservation aspects. And what often trips people up is that you just can't walk away from these things. If you have one and you decide to abandon it, you have to go through a process with the federal government, or FERC will get rather angry with you. There have been a lot of these small hydro projects that were originally built in the Carolinas for specific textile mills and mill villages, and often they have passed from one hand to another, and straightening out the regulatory side of those is something of an issue sometimes. But really the core of federal energy regulation that most of us would be concerned about is the federal regulation of electric power. And secondary to that, and we'll talk about it in a minute, is the federal regulation of natural gas. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission regulates the interstate transmission of power, and it does so through open access transmission tariffs, which are required to be in place and open for all comers for any entity that has intrastate transmission. In the eastern United States, all transmission is intrastate except in Texas, and really just part of Texas. There's a small part of eastern Texas that is part of the interstate power grid. But the Texas power companies with a typically sort of Texan attitude decided they didn't want to be federally regulated, so they are not interconnected with the rest of the transmission grid that serves the eastern part of North America. It's called the Eastern Interconnect. The Eastern Interconnect includes both major parts of Canada, and I'll show you a slide with some of that later, and goes all the way down to the tip of Florida. One thing to know about the interconnect that may help you when you're thinking about reliability issues is that it's been identified as the largest single machine in the world. And the reason that you can call it a single machine is that all of the electric utilities from the tip of Florida to the Mississippi River up to the Arctic Circle in Manitoba are operating on a single integrated, synchronized basis, so that with small variations, the peak of a 60 cycle, 60 hertz wave of electricity in South Florida will be roughly equivalent time-wise to the same peak in Manitoba. All of these engines are functioning in a coordinated way. The electrons don't know who they belong to. The grid assets like the generation plants are responding to whatever's going on out there, wherever it happens. And if a major hydro resource trips off in Quebec, you will be able to see a small impact in South Carolina. And may be very difficult to detect and not meaningful, but it will be there. And that's why the system works so well, because there's so much inertia in it that it can deal with small perturbations very easily from an engineering standpoint, as long as you're able to restore the power pretty quickly. And that's the beauty of the system, and that's the vulnerability of the system. When you hear terms like rolling blackouts, it has to do with the fact that a uncontrolled change in load, loss of generation in one part of the system, can cascade across the system as it has in the past and cause blackouts that are regional in nature. So FERC regulates each of these entities by requiring them to have an open access transmission tariff, which says that anyone who needs transmission can come and sign up for it on the basis of these tariffs. It's a very complicated process in a lot of ways, but it's there. There's both interruptible and firm assets that you can purchase. Interruptible is cheaper. Firm means that you have the right to that pathway continuously. There's network service, which means you can use the transmission lines any way you want to and change where the power comes on and where the power goes off. And so if you've got a system, a generating plant, and you want to be able to sell one day to the south and one day to the north and one day to the west, you want network service. If you simply need a single point-to-point line to get your power from point A to point B, from say the Southern Company to Florida Power and Light, then you can do a point-to-point service, which is going to be cheaper, and it's going to be priced on a single line typically. There are two approaches FERC has to regulating wholesale electric sales. Where competitive pricing exists, where competitive markets exist, FERC allows competitive pricing, which means that they don't regulate the price per se. the parties can agree to whatever price makes sense to each of them economically. But that's only if there's a functioning competitive market. And what makes the market competitive, of course, is having the transmission rights so that lots of players can use the transmission system to compete with each other to serve loads or to purchase power from particular generators. There are cases, though, where market power exists, where even though there is this transmission system, one or two players so dominate the amount of generation that's available in the area that they have the ability to set prices regardless of competition, a basic sort of shared monopoly situation. And if you are in a situation where you have a lack of market power, then you're back to the old school of FERC regulation, where you have to file a rate case and FERC will set your rates based on those Hope and Bluefield considerations of how much does it cost to operate your system, the expenses, what is your debt, how much debt service do you need, and what is a reasonable return for your equity investors for the equity component of the capital you're putting in place. And every time you want to change your rates, you have to go back to FERC and have another rate case to determine what a fair rate would be. Now, it's important when you're thinking about the FERC context to understand that FERC regulates transmission and wholesale power transactions in interstate commerce. It doesn't regulate the assets themselves. And the assets themselves typically serve both state regulated and federally regulated markets. So if you look at an entity like Duke, Duke has extensive FERC regulation over its transmission system and its wholesale power, but the state of North Carolina regulates the costs and the provision of service through those same assets to residential customers in North Carolina. So you have a situation of overlapping and at times conflicting jurisdiction, and we're in a period of some real conflict between FERC and the states because of how FERC is treating renewable power and what it sees as distortions in markets that are being caused because of states subsidizing one set of power resources that can then be sold too cheaply into the market because of the subsidies, and therefore distort the ability of the market to add new resources which are not subsidized. It's a very hot topic, and we'll probably see some changes. The FERC commissioners are appointed by the president and are confirmed by Congress. The FERC has 7 commissioners, and there has to be at least 3 of them have to be from a different political party than the majority. And so there's always a split there. Most FERC commissioners come to the FERC through staffing positions on Capitol Hill or big law firms. And there's people are expecting a shift with the Biden administration to a more a FERC that is more friendly to and less concerned about distortion coming out of renewable power subsidies. And so that's something to watch as we go forward. So what's the basis of the current FERC regulation of power markets? There are 2 orders, both were issued in 1996, that fundamentally changed the way transmission worked on transmission systems. Historically, your major utility companies own their transmission system, they own their generation, and they would allow people to use that system, but it was on a case-by-case basis, and it was a difficult and contentious thing to get FERC to intervene and create a pathway for electric power if someone said they needed it. The utilities had a great deal of power to insulate their systems from being used by parties that wanted to use them for merchant purposes. In orders 888 and 889, FERC did a couple of things. First of all, it required all utilities under its jurisdiction, and that does not, by the way, include Santee Cooper and the publicly owned transmission systems, only the privately owned ones. They have to offer non-discriminatory open access transmission tariffs called OATs. And so the terms and conditions are right there for you to look at if you want to transmit power. The rates are set by FERC, typically using a formula, because it's pretty easy to compute changes in cost for these systems, and so the formulas adjust according to changes in the utilities' operating costs. The transmission utilities themselves have to take service for their needs under the OAT. That's the service if Duke wants to sell power across the Dominion Energy South Carolina system into Georgia, it's got to use its own OAT to do that. It can't just say it's my system, I'll sell it. They have to go through their OAT and Dominion's to reserve a pathway for that power. And market manipulation is strictly prohibited. FERC has been very aggressive in that. After the debacle in California with deregulation, FERC went in and determined that a lot of players, a lot of big power trading companies, Enron, of course, being the most publicly known of them, but some very other big ones, had used their resources to manipulate the market in ways that increased what they earned, and billions of dollars were disgorged and hundreds of millions of dollars of fines were imposed for that behavior. Little things can trip you up. If a owner of substantial generation resources decides to hold some back even though they're available because he thinks that overall he'll make more money for his portfolio if he doesn't bid these cheap assets into the resource mix, that's market manipulation, and people have been dinged for that in the Carolinas, and it's not allowed. We're actually in the Southeast. The other piece of that FERC regulation is something called OASIS. And OASIS is the Open Access Same Time Information System. It is basically a web-based system which posts all relevant market information that is there for players in the market to react to. And so anything that is going to change the market that the public needs to know, the utility system has to be, needs to put it out there on OASIS. And what you can't do is exchange market relevant information if you're a utility that owns transmission. You can't take your transmission based information and funnel it over to your marketing people, the people selling your power. There has to be a level playing field, and a level playing field as to information. So if there's relevant information that needs to be, that could affect the market, say that a transmission line is going out, or that a major plant is down for outage, or even the schedule of outages of major plants, those have to be posted on OASIS so that the market can know and respond to them. If you go to a utility today, you will find that the employees have badges with different colored borders on them. And typically, if you're in the marketing function, you will have a red border on your badge or a red background on it. And that means you cannot be in a meeting without, with your transmission colleagues in that same utility, unless there's a real purpose for it. Typically, meeting minutes are taken so that it's clear that no improper information was exchanged. And the marketing badges won't get you into the parts of the company physically where the transmission people are present. And in fact, if a marketing person needs to meet with a transmission person because of a transmission request, they have to be physically escorted from the check-in counter at the the security desk at the facility, into the meeting and out of the meeting. They can never be left alone as a result of the fact that they could be getting transmission related information. And there are significant investigations and significant penalties if those rules are not respected. Other order to think about, to know about, is Order 2000 from 1999. And Order 2000 was encouraged the creation of independent system operators and regional transmission organizations. And you may wonder what's the difference between the two of them. It's almost impossible to say. It's really just two words for the same thing. RTOs theoretically have more power than ISOs, but it's a very vague differential. But an RTO is an organization that exists for the sole purpose of running the transmission system for a region. And it's independent from other market participants. It has regional scope. It has operational authority, not authority, over this transmission grid that it deals with. It often operates energy and capacity markets so that people are buying and selling the energy and the capacity that they require through that market. And typically on the energy side, there's a day-ahead energy market where generators bid in at the beginning, a day ahead what they can provide during the day, and our RTO matches those bids to its demand curve forecast for the day. And then the winning bidders are all compensated at the price of the highest bid that's required to meet the demand for that hour. And then there's an hour ahead market because often demand doesn't materialize as it was forecasted, maybe more or less, and so power can be traded during the day to meet specific changes in the dispatch requirements. There's a reliability function. The RTO makes sure the grid stays lit up. It monitors the market to be sure that people are not abusing it. It's sort of the first line of defense, if you will, on market manipulation and abuse. It administers the OAT so that people who want to buy transmission come to the RTO. It has planning and expansion authority to be sure that the transmission system can be developed as it needs to. And it often serves as a supplier of last resort. If everything falls apart, it finds the, the assets necessary to keep the grid going. Here's a map of the RTOs in the United States today. As you can see, PJM is the entity that's closest to us here in the Carolinas. It gets into a little bit of North Carolina, which is part of the Dominion Energy Virginia system. There's ongoing discussions as to whether PJM might expand into the Carolinas. There's talk of maybe putting together a market for power that would provide some of the functions PJM provides without taking over all of the transmission operation functions. And that's an ongoing issue politically in both North and South Carolina. But as you can see, the RTOs are not necessarily respecters of national boundaries. Manitoba is part of the Midwest ISO, the Canadians have used the FERC model to create ISOs in Ontario. But when I talked earlier about a single machine being the Eastern Interconnect, basically the western boundary there is the western boundary of the Eastern Interconnect, and everything east of that boundary other than Texas is part of that single machine that I referred to. So I'm going to stop there for a second. Any questions on FERC regulation of the energy markets right now? I've thrown a ton of material at you. And I know it's hard to stop and start when you've been absorbing, but anything there that's not clear?
So
is it all equally unclear?
So I have a question. So in the
Sure.
southeast there, I noticed that there's not an RTO or an ISO. So
Correct.
how does that work in some of these areas that doesn't have one of those organizations?
Sure. Well, there, what you've got you've got Southern Company that basically takes over pretty much everything above Florida. You've got in the Carolinas, you've got Dominion. Largely, it's run by Dominion and the Duke companies, and then Duke's got Florida. But each of those companies operates its own transmission system. It has its own OAT. It has its own OASIS, and it matches its load with its requirements through its system dispatch, and it basically runs its system using the generation resources that it has at its disposal. At the same time, the control centers of those entities are in constant contact with each other and constant contact with the market to see if they can buy cheap power, if there's cheaper power available on the market at any point than what they could generate themselves. They will go and buy it off system and use a transmission tariff to get that power delivered in. So basically, it's the system that was there before there were ISOs or or RTOs. Southern, with going as far as it does to the west, has a pretty big system on its own. I should also point out that you've got TVA doing an awful lot of the power supply in Tennessee. But they run it the old-fashioned way with control centers that basically are dispatching the resources that are owned by the utility. Now, had the Grid South project that I spoke about taken off, you would have another entity right here, which was Grid South. And the idea with Grid South was that it could have grown possibly in taking more of the Southeast in, but it was stillborn because of those changes at FERC. Other questions?
I just have a question.
Sure.
You made a comment about competitive pricing, and I believe the statement was made that if a plant goes down, it's supposed to be made publicly available. So does that mean if a plant forces out for whatever reason, that the information that power plant is down is then published publicly so that market players have a fair advantage to price?
Yeah, that's right. That's usually put out on the OASIS, anything that would impact that. Now, the tricky part is you may have a nuclear plant where the leadership is saying, we've got to take this plant down. We can limp along with this faulty valve or this failing valve, but we're going to have to take it down in 3 days. What can't happen is that information can't go to the marketing section of the utility to buy up cheap capacity before the plant goes down. And so in order to level the playing field, that information has to go out.
Okay.
Hey,
thank you.
Hey, Bill, this is David Doctor. I'm going to add a little personal note to that answer that you gave. In 2001, I became CEO of a company by the name of Genscape Inc. And that company had developed technology whereby it could make highly accurate estimates of the real-time operation of power plants. And at that time, that was information that was highly valuable to power traders. This was also about the time of the California market manipulation by Enron and certain others. We, in June of 2002, approached CenterPoint Energy, which was one of the main power traders in the United States, as kind of a founding subscriber to this service. And CenterPoint at that time subscribed to our service, paid a very, very large amount of money as the initial subscriber, and specified 30 nuclear power plants in the United States that they wanted to monitor.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they subscribed from June through September. When we reached September, they had an option to renew for an even larger amount of money. And their general counsel stepped in and said, we want to continue to use this service, but we need to have many other power traders having access to it so that we don't have control of this information and we can't be accused of market manipulation. Now, interestingly, Belton, it was only 45 days later that the FERC took action against Enron.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this service is still available today, and I forget now who owns it, but there's a large energy information company that now owns this service. And the majority of power companies and power traders in the United States subscribe to this service so that in addition to the OASIS bulletin boards and the power company announcements about power capacity, the power trading companies and others can watch in real time and see when power plants are changing their operating activity or even when they trip offline.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So that's the dynamic, is how do you use information like that without being accused of market manipulation? And it's the manipulation, the information has to be out in the market in order to not be manipulative. Thanks, David. That's a very helpful vignette. Let's go on to the next slide, where we'll talk about PURPA. And I'm just going to hit this very briefly, although I think it's probably interesting to a lot of folks who are in the renewable side. PURPA, the Public Utilities Regulatory Policies Act of 1978, came out of the Carter administration. It was a time of the Arab oil embargo when, as Jimmy Carter famously said, energy was the moral equivalent of war. And the idea was to subsidize, to encourage cogeneration and small hydro. Cogeneration was really the focus of PURPA initially, and that's where you use you put an electric generating station at a plant, a manufacturing plant, a chemical plant in particular, and the waste heat from the electric generation is then the heat source for driving the chemical processes or other processes at the plant. Cogeneration, you're generating both power and industrial heat source, thermal energy. Also, small solar and small hydro was included in the bill. And what the bill did was it required utilities to purchase energy and capacity from qualified facilities at their avoided cost. Let me unpack that for you. I mean, this predates open access. So if you were going to sell power, you couldn't get a transmission path to do it through an ode. If you had a cogen facility, if you were a third party, independent developer, the only person you could really sell it to was the incumbent utility, the utility serving the area. So the Fed said you have to buy it if you're that utility, and you have to do it at avoided cost rates, which means you have to pay for the energy coming off of that cogen system, whatever, in effect, the savings that you have for not having to supply that energy yourself, the avoided cost. And the idea was that if the facilities had costs overall that were higher than that, then the other cost would be recovered by selling the heat or the thermal resource to the industrial player. And so avoided cost rates were set by state commissions and still are. And the limit for being a QF, a qualified facility, is 80 megawatts. And the main use of PURPA today is for utility scale solar. Almost all of the, much of the solar in the Carolinas has been built as a QF. You won't be surprised to find that the standard size of a qualified of a solar facility in South and North Carolina is 79 megawatts to get under the 80 megawatt number. And they're sold at avoided cost rates to state commissions. The utility has no choice as to whether it buys the power or not. It has to buy it. It's federally required purchase. And at the end of the Trump administration, the FERC was pushing toward making it harder to use the QF status for renewable projects in light of the fact that transmission is now available, but that's now up in the air with the change of administration. I'm going to stop there and see if there are any questions on PURPA and the QF activities. It's been a very important part of the renewable explosion, really, in South and North Carolina.
I have a question on it. Does this
Sure.
cover the solar panels that are sometimes marketed for homes and things like that? Is it that small, or is it a little bit larger?
No, well, I mean, theoretically, yes, but no. The customer scale solar is what that's referred to. Rooftop solar, although it could be on a post in the backyard, that's typically handled on a state regulatory basis. There are statutes related to distributed energy resources, DER is the term, that and their commission orders in the South and North Carolina commissions that talk about that. The issue there, and you'll probably hear more about it later in the day, is what do you compensate the homeowner for, or what does a homeowner's bill look like? Because theoretically, if you have solar panels that generate all the power you need in a month, that's great. But you're going to be using the grid intensively to sell power to the grid when nobody's home and the sun is shining. And you're going to be buying power off the grid at night when the solar panels aren't working. And so how do you compensate the grid owner, and how do you protect the other customers from basically the solar customer not having to pay for those grid resources? And what are the benefits of the solar customer's installation to the grid as a whole? How do you balance all of that? But the example is that if you have a solar facility that's big enough to meet all your needs on a energy basis over the course of a month, you're still going to have to use the grid to balance that, to sell when you've got too much and to buy when you've got too little. And that's what the big debate is there.
So I have a quick question. How does battery storage play into this?
Well, battery storage is an emerging technology. It is still pretty darned expensive, but one day it's going to be there. And when you have that, it would make a big difference. Battery storage gives you the ability to smooth out those transitions. And so if you had someone who had sufficient battery storage, I mean, if that were the case, you could always just remove your meter and run entirely off the off grid. The issues around batteries are that you have to charge them, and to have most people look at a 4-hour rating on a battery. If you look at the battery and it says this is a 1,000 kilowatt battery, it means it's 1,000 kilowatts over 4 hours. in our part of the world, you can have extremely cold periods of 3 or 4 days when the sky is overcast and solar doesn't generate at all. So what do you charge your battery with? From a grid standpoint, batteries are going to be important, but you've got to find a way around the issue of how do you charge them. And they're valuable, but most people who run the big grids would say if you're going to do batteries, that's great. You can charge them most of the time with solar, but you're going to need a gas backup for those times when solar just isn't going to run for a couple of days because of weather conditions. Other questions?
Yeah, hi, Dalton. I had a question about the 80 megawatts. Sorry.
Yeah.
So when solar panels get replaced, and let's say you have a more efficient panel,
Yeah.
is that 80 megawatts a hard stop? Or let's say you have the same amount of space that you had your original solar farm, but with efficiency gains, if you replace those panels, you could go up in megawatts. Do you just not replace them and keep at the 80 megawatts, or can you use your full, I'd say, area of space to go up?
Well, typically you would have a power purchase agreement, and this would be a solar farm. It wouldn't be rooftop. I mean, this 80 megawatts is a lot of solar. You're talking, tens, if not hundreds of acres to get to 80 megawatts, maybe 100 acres. But if you were to go to a higher efficiency system, you'd have to look at the power purchase agreement you originally signed. And it typically would say you're limited to X megawatts. You could negotiate a new power purchase agreement, or you could conceivably split your facility. But I think FERC now has a 1 mile limit on that. So you'd have to be a mile away. Or you could simply replace part of the units and not others. Part of your panels and not others. But typically your PPA is going to limit you to the 80 megawatts.
Thank you.
Good question, though. Shall I proceed, or is there another question out there? Let me go then. Okay, I mentioned that we'd talk a little bit about natural gas, and so let me do that. Of course, natural gas comes to the Carolinas through two pipeline sources, Southern Natural and Transco. SONAT comes out of the Gulf, Texas area and crosses a little bit south of say I-85. It ends outside of Augusta, Georgia. There's a spur that goes down to Elba Island where there's a big LNG plant. It was originally an import plant. It's now used as an export plant. And then there is a connecting pipeline that connects in the Savannah region and comes into South Carolina, that's operated by Berkshire Hathaway now, recently sold by Dominion to Berkshire. And then you've got Transco, which basically follows the I-85 corridor and goes all the way up to, I think it's all the way up to southern New England. New Jersey. Those pipelines, and then their connections coming off of Transco into North Carolina. Those pipelines were built to bring gas from the Gulf to the Northeast or to the Southeast. But with fracking, the flows are going in opposite directions, or have been substantially offloaded because you've now got gas coming out of Pennsylvania into Transco. But the Natural Gas Act of 1938 imposed cost of service regulation on natural gas. And historically, your gas price in the gas field was regulated, and the transportation price was regulated, and the price at which you sold natural gas to a distribution system or other companies was federally regulated, and it was a cost of service transaction. The cost of service regulation did not allow gas exploration to take place because the cost of new gas was simply too high. And when you looked at the rate that you were charging, blending all this very high priced gas in, the economics weren't there to go out and risk a lot of money trying to find this new gas. So as a result of that problem, the decision, the Natural Gas Policies Act of '78 created the opportunity for a different approach. And in 1985, Order 436 created open access transmission rights on interstate pipelines. And what I suppose I should let you in on is that the regulation of electricity that we just went through really was patterned on what happened in gas beginning in 1985. This is the model that resulted in the OATS and OASIS and RTOs. Now, Order 636 in 92 required unbundling of gas from transportation. That meant that if you were a Sonat or a Transco, you couldn't sell a bundled product of here's delivered gas at this price. You had to sell transportation separately from the gas commodity. And so, if you look now, Williams, which runs Transco, has a gas merchant function that buys capacity on the Williams pipeline, which is Transco, and the sales are completely independent of each other. Very much like the model we now have on the electric side.
Belton, I have a quick question. So are the pipelines common property, and then the fuel that's being flowing, that's owned by different people, or who owns the pipelines?
Well, the pipelines are owned by Transco and Southern, and Transco is Williams. I'm trying to think who owns Southern now. But they're private companies, and you can buy stock in their parent companies.
Okay.
But they have regulated. They operate as common carriers. They're like UPS or FedEx, and so you can inject into them and take gas out. You have to meet certain quality standards to inject. So the gas that comes out is gas. The molecules don't know who owns them. They just get stuck in the pipeline and taken off, and it's all accounting, if you will, as to who pays for what. But the gas, just like the electrons, they go where they want to go, and it's all accounting on the tail end. And so,
thank you. And then the second question, and this is just recent news, with I guess the Keystone Pipeline, being affected by a recent executive order. I guess a question is it true or is it rhetoric that if the decision, let's say, reduces the amount of oil that can flow or connect into, let's say, the United States, that more rail and trucking is going to be transporting oil? Do you have any? What's your insight into that?
Yeah, that's before the pipelines were proposed. That was how the oil was being taken out of the Baca Shale, particularly in that part of the Upper Midwest and the Dakotas, and that's one of the reasons why Berkshire Hathaway bought into the major rail systems. They saw the value economically of that. And if you go to Houston, you will see alongside the interstate going to the airport, you will see lines and lines and lines of black oil transport rail cars. So yeah, that's the way that it's been transported to date. The oil is valuable, and someone's going to find a way to get it to market if it's there. So if you don't have a pipeline, it'll have to go by rail, really.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions on natural gas? And our hard stop is 10:15. Is that right? Kelly, are you close to your mute button?
Yeah, sorry, it took me a second. Yeah, right around 10:15, we can go over if there's questions or a good discussion, because I know that Brian is after you, and he expressed that he would leave time for questions as well. So if there's space in between, and then there's a break after that. So we definitely have some time if needed.
All right. Well, let me plow on, Will. I think we're getting close to the end here in terms of slides. You may remember these pictures. This is August 14, 2003. I mentioned earlier about this rolling blackout thing, and a single tree hit a single transmission line in Ohio, and that transmission line came out of service. It was a hot period of time during winter and during summer, when there was a lot of stress on the transmission system. And electricity moves at the speed of light, and so as soon as that line went out of service, all the power that had been flowing on it flooded over onto other lines, and that caused other lines to cut out. And then there were generating stations that, because the lines serving them had been compromised, saw their the load that they could get out of the system was decreased, and all of a sudden they began to run like you're revving a car on ice. And so the plant started going offline, and you had what every utility operator's nightmare is, which is a cascading outage. And it cascaded all over the Midwest and into New York. And what you see are New Yorkers headed from their jobs in downtown Manhattan over to Brooklyn, because the subways were gone. And with the subways gone, everything went into gridlock. And here you see people in the subway stations getting a little night's sleep, using this guy in front of us using a water bottle for a pillow. It was a bit of a mess. The result was the Energy Policy Act of 2005. And this granted FERC enforcement powers over reliability. It was a great expansion of FERC's authority. Not simply transactions now, but we're talking about the actual operations of the grid and how the grid operates to ensure its capabilities aren't compromised and you don't have more rolling blackouts. The industry said, wait a minute, FERC, you guys are great, but you really don't know as well as we do how to operate electric systems. And so the structure of the regulation is that FERC designates an electric reliability organization to establish legally binding standards, which FERC adopts. And the electric reliability organization is NERC, the National Electric Reliability Council. NERC had been in place for generations, and it's basically the place where the electric industry got together and all the engineers got together and said, here's how we need to operate our systems so we don't crash into each other and cause problems. But with this new act, the NERC standards became legally enforceable, fines in the millions and tens of millions of dollars for failing to meet the standards. If you let a tree fall into a transmission line now, and you should have known that that tree was a problem, you have to report it to FERC as a utility operator, and you can expect hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines for even a single tree. It could be up to $1 million per event. And NERC also picks up the critical infrastructure protection standards, which are the cybersecurity standards that apply to keeping the grid safe. And that's very serious stuff. If you go to an internet security operations room at a utility, the ones that I've seen, the one that I've been to and spent some time with, there's a big electronic display, and it shows all the threat actors who are trying to enter the system at any one time. And it identifies any strange activity. And the time I went there, the guy who was running the system, who was somebody who used to work for me in the power marketing section, said, yeah, Belton, look over here now. You see those 4 guys there? We think they're People's Republic Army of China. They've been working pretty consistently for about 3 months trying to get in this way. And one of the reasons you can tell who's Chinese is because they go quiet around the Chinese New Year. But those guys are constantly battling attempts to infiltrate the electronic systems that run grids, because as we know from the Ukrainian experience, you can black out an entire nation if you are inside those systems. So that's part of what NERC does. The reliability standards cover all aspects of grid operation, from how do you patrol and inspect the vegetation in your rights of way, all the way to the most complicated modeling of the system and the 10-year models of transmission power flows that are needed to anticipate problems and ensure that transmission assets are built in time so that the system isn't running on a prayer because there's not enough capacity in the transmission system to deal with a perturbation. Typically, the planning criteria are that you model the system and then you identify how it responds if you take a series of major assets out and figure out which asset has the most impact. And you have to be sure that any of the assets, either generations assets or transmission lines, can be lost at any point in the load curve without the system going into a blackout more than locally. Obviously, if you lose a transmission line, the people on the end of the transmission line may lose service, but it won't cascade out. It won't destabilize the entire system. And then once you determine that, you have to say, okay, let's take out the first asset, recalibrate the system, make the switching changes, do the things that you would do in operations, then take out another one. It's called N1+1. And the system has to show that it can run consistently that way. It may be counterintuitive, but some of the most difficult periods of time to operate a system are times when loads aren't very high, but those are the times when major plants are out for scheduled maintenance. And so it's both looking at the summer and winter peak periods, but also those shoulder months when you've got major assets that you'd otherwise be relying on that aren't there. Thought I'd throw this slide in. It's it's just a screenshot of part of the reliability standards. There are 4 or 5 pages at least of this if you go to that website. And these are the specific standards that have been issued by NERC that are required here. You see transmission maintenance, you see reliability coordination, monitoring transmission load relief. How do you relieve a transmission line that shows up as being overstressed? How do you do that in coordination with other entities? You've got vegetation management. How do you rate your facilities? You have to have a common language, a common set of standards for saying this transmission line can do this and this generating unit can do that. That's the sort of level of detail. There's a staff at NERC that's constantly updating these requirements and adding to them. The idea being that supports generation and transmission reliability. So that's the end of what I've prepared. Got a little time for questions, so take a deep breath. I know I've thrown a lot at you. As I said earlier, you could do a semester course on any number of these topics, but that should give you some overview of how it all operates.
Can I ask a quick question going back to PURPA?
Sure.
Last year, did PURPA change so that the mandatory purchase obligation for a QF went from like 20 megawatts down to 5. Like I think that at some point that was being discussed, and I don't remember if that's what happened. And then if it
Yeah.
did happen, has that adversely impacted some of the smaller projects that we would see in the renewable space? I not just solar, but like biogas to electricity projects, for example, are
Yeah.
often that small.
You know, I don't do a lot at that level with Purple, so I'm probably not the right person to answer that question. But the smaller projects, I know there has been an attempt to tighten up Purple, to make Purple less attractive to renewable developers, to do it more by agreement with the utilities. You'd need to look at what the state regulations provide. But I'm sorry, I did not follow that aspect of the Purple revisions.
There was a comment in the chat box about MISO South, and I may be saying that wrong.
Yeah, let me see. I need to pull up my chat box, don't I?
Looks like that's the only one that popped up so far.
Where is that going to be? Probably need to stop sharing.
This
Oh,
is
there we
Marcus.
go.
This is Marcus. I asked the question, and what my question, Andrew checked their transmission assets, and I think a lot of that transmission went into MISO. Was that considered part of the MISO's ISO now, or is it just kind of operated independently? I didn't know, so I was just kind of posing that question.
Yeah. MISO would have different zones, but that would be subject to the general MISO tariffs, is my understanding.
So good morning, everybody. I'm Brian Franklin, and I serve as Duke Energy's Director of Regulatory Affairs, North Carolina for Duke Energy Carolinas, and also Duke Energy Progress, also known as DEC and DEP. And, our regulatory affairs group manages DEC's and DEP's North Carolina regulatory matters in many stakeholder relationships, helping to achieve stakeholder group consensus regarding the company's business initiatives and also the regulatory strategies. I also serve on Duke Energy's investment committee, which supervises and sets strategic and policy direction regarding the investment management of billions of dollars in trust assets that fund the company's employee retirement and nuclear decommissioning obligations. I'm an attorney by trade, having started my career litigating general commercial disputes and pharmaceutical patent litigation at Winston & Strawn in Chicago. And I actually have a funny anecdote related to Belton's slide 13. When I saw slide 13, which I think was the one detailing the pictures from the power outage back in 2003, I said, oh my gosh, I hope I don't end up in one of those pictures, because I remember I was defending a deposition near Rockefeller Center, and I was on like the 49th floor that day of whatever building I was in. And that's when all the power just completely shut down. And we had to walk down 49 flights of stairs with, our bags and binders and all of our papers and everything. And I was one of those thousands of people standing, down on the street. I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't lying down using, a bottle as a pillow. But I was down there trying to figure out, okay, how could I call my family, my wife, and all this other stuff? And it was an absolute mess. So when I saw that slide, I just said, oh my gosh, I remember that distinctly. And like I said, yeah, I hope I'm not in one of those pictures. So yeah, that's what I was doing back then, pharmaceutical litigation. And then I switched to financial services and securities litigation at Kennedy Covington in Charlotte when we moved to Charlotte, before coming to Duke in 2008 and practicing as a state regulatory attorney here in the Carolinas. Similar to Belton, again, I've got a funny sort of go figure it out story. I think in the beginning he was talking about how he, sort of got into utility law when he was at the firm. And I remember when I, moved to Charlotte and was at Kennedy Covington, which is now K&L Gates. I think I was on day 2 of being at the firm, and I was, joining the partner that I was working with in defending a deposition. He was defending the deposition. I was just shadowing just sort of getting my feet wet and getting my sea legs about me here on day 2 in Charlotte. And then all of a sudden, he had a phone call that he had to take. So he looks at me and he says, defend it, just go handle it, defend the deposition. I'm sitting here, okay, I know about 5% of what I'm supposed to know about the facts of this case. Okay, whatever you say. And so I remember, I did my standard, objection, asked and answered, compound questions, and tried to figure out a way to kill time where necessary, and be able to defend the deposition, only knowing a little bit amount of the facts. So that was definitely a funny kind of, you are on your feet and you are ready to go and you need to figure it out sort of, experience, which quite frankly, I think I welcome. And, those sorts of things really help you learn what your capabilities are, and sometimes can teach you that some of the limits that you thought you had, you actually can exceed them. So what Belton mentioned there resonated with me. So now, as a state regulatory attorney at Duke Energy, when I arrived in 2008 and switched over to go there, I handled electric matters for DEC and DEP in North and South Carolina, and for Piedmont Natural Gas for a short period of time in those jurisdictions, plus Tennessee, where Piedmont also serves customers. And then I shifted to regulatory affairs in 2017. So before I get into the presentation, there were a couple of things that Kelly, I think you and Stephen Davis, so I think still on the line, you all were talking about that made me laugh because it reminded me of what's, the past 10 months have been like for all of us with this pandemic. And I think Stephen made the comment about the wardrobes and the shirts that look similar, but making sure that people don't think he's wearing the same shirt. And I think, Kelly, you said something similar to that as well. So I sat there and started thinking about this has been an absolute change for all of us in such a drastic, sort of abrupt way. Sorry, I think I muted myself inadvertently there. And I was thinking about, for example, that was perfectly timed, how to work the unmute and mute button for all of us. How many times have we started talking and we're 15 seconds into what we think is the best idea ever, and then we realize we're on mute because everybody's waving their hands saying, "You're on mute, we can't hear you." So that's number one. Number two, hot mic alert. How many times have we all been on Teams meetings or Zooms or WebEx and somebody's got their mic on, they don't realize they have their mic on, and you're cringing at what is being said, but you're also kind of like, wait, I need to hear what they're saying, but I can't believe I can hear this. So that's something that I thought about as well. And then lastly, to Stephen's point, wardrobe changes and how your clothes can be pretty mean to you in a pandemic when you haven't been in a suit. Like I haven't been in a suit in 9 or 10 months, and you put the suit on and it doesn't exactly fit the way that you thought it would fit, because you told yourself you look exactly the same, as 10 months ago. So these are all sorts of things that I thought about in the pandemic, but it's just great to see everybody virtually, and glad we have this technology to be able to do this. So, all right, moving on to serious matters. So my purpose this morning is to give an overview of electric utility regulation in the state of North Carolina from a 30,000-foot view. And there are 3 regulated investor-owned electric utilities, or IOUs, operating under North Carolina's laws and subject to the jurisdiction of the North Carolina Utilities Commission. And they are DEP, DEC, and Dominion Energy North Carolina, or DENC. So all 3 IOUs own electric generation facilities as well as transmission and distribution infrastructure. This, the owning of all 3, is what makes them vertically integrated electric utilities. So there are also 4 natural gas local distribution companies regulated by the commission. Piedmont Natural Gas, which is a subsidiary of Duke Energy Corporation and therefore an affiliate of DEC and DEP. And you've also got PSNC, which is headquartered in Gastonia and now owned by Dominion Energy. It used to be owned by Scanner Corporation prior to Dominion Energy purchasing and acquiring Scanner Corporation. And you've also got Frontier Natural Gas, which is headquartered in Elkin, North Carolina, I believe. And then you've also got Toccoa Natural Gas, which is headquartered way west in Franklin, North Carolina. So since I'm an employee of DEP and DEC and not any of those other companies, I'll just limit my utility-specific comments to only DEP and DEC. So each of these utilities in North Carolina are subject to what is known as the regulatory compact. And you may have heard that phrase already, but if you haven't, that compact enables a construct where, in exchange for a regulator granting a utility a protected monopoly within a defined service territory where it faces no competition, the utility must serve anyone that requests service in that service territory and must allow itself to be regulated based on what it costs to serve those customers, while also earning no more than what is deemed a reasonable rate of return. So within that construct, DEC and DEP have operated in North Carolina for over 100 years, from the coal-based power plant initiatives at the dawn of the 20th century to the federal government-backed nuclear research exploration of the 1950s, to the expansion and the commercialization of nuclear generation in the 1960s and 70s, to the resulting and longstanding low-cost power consumed by customers in the Carolinas, and then ultimately to the economic expansion in the Carolinas that derived from such low-cost power to commercial and industrial customers. DEC and DEP have played a pivotal role in the history of our great state. So too has the North Carolina Utilities Commission, and I wanted to tell you a little bit more about the commission as one of the goals for today. So the commission is the oldest regulatory body in the whole state of North Carolina. It began as the Railroad Commission back in 1891. It then evolved into the Corporation Commission in 1899, right at the turn of the century. And it ultimately became the Utilities Commission in 1933. The commission's authority to regulate public utilities emanates from North Carolina's legislative branch via Chapter 62 of the North Carolina General Statutes, otherwise known as the Public Utilities Act. This act is a comprehensive body of law that articulates the jurisdiction of the commission over public utilities and the procedures that it must follow in regulating the utilities with respect to rates and services. So per the act, utility companies must be fairly compensated for their services, but it also allows the commission to go beyond rate setting and require adequate service regarding such matters as, establishing a plan for the construction of new generation facilities, or reviewing management efficiencies, and requiring least cost planning by electric utilities, among other things. The purpose of all of this is to protect the interests of the public and that adequate service is provided at reasonable rates. Remember, these investor-owned utilities, like the ones that I mentioned, those are all private, these are corporations that are, traded on the stock exchange, et cetera, but the purpose is to serve the public. That's the goal. Serve the public, reasonable rates, and then I'll be allowed to earn a reasonable return. So in setting utility rates, the commission must be fair and it must be reasonable to both the public utilities and their customers. With respect to fixing those rates, the commission must conduct hearings in general rate cases and other rate-making proceedings, which can last several weeks at times. General rate cases may be heard by the full commission of 7 members or by a panel of 3 commissioners. And the commission, I should add, the commission, the commissioners serve 6-year terms. So 7 commissioners serving 6-year terms. They're appointed by the governor, but they must be confirmed by the General Assembly, North Carolina General Assembly, before they can actually be allowed to serve on the commission. You may see times where commissioners are serving a shorter term period, 2, 3 years, 4 years, things of that nature. It varies. Sometimes that can happen because you had a commissioner that didn't fulfill or didn't complete his or her full 6-year term for whatever reason there may be. And then the governor has to appoint somebody else to sort of complete that term. And then, after they complete that term, then, the question is whether or not they'll be reappointed and then reconfirmed, things of that nature. So wanted to delineate that nuance right there. General rate case final orders from the commissions or decisions may be appealed directly to the North Carolina Supreme Court. And we've seen that recently with the Duke Energy North Carolina rate cases from 2017 and 2018, where we had a significant number of appeals from the Attorney General's office and the public staff, which I'll get into a little bit later. And they appealed those orders to the North Carolina Supreme Court because those were rate case orders. And we just actually had a North Carolina Supreme Court decision come down back in December of 2020 to address those appeals. But other than that, all other appeals that are not final rate case orders and decisions must first proceed to the North Carolina Court of Appeals. So in addition, the commission also approves new utility programs. It adjudicates formal customer complaints. It determines the need for new utility plant constructions. It evaluates requests for changes to utility service territory. It establishes biennial avoided costs, and it also arbitrates disputes between utilities. The commission also frequently appears before federal and state courts and agencies, particularly the FERC, in annual gas matters and state superior courts in water and wastewater matters to secure just and reasonable rates and service for the users of public utility service. And I think you saw some of that being described during Belton's presentation when he talked a lot about the federal regulation and the FERC and things of that nature. And so the commission does have some visibility with the FERC, as Belton described. So now I want to address a little bit more about the public staff and the Attorney General's office. So, you know, those two entities, as well as other parties who have an interest in just and reasonable utility rates and charges, can all participate in the hearings and the proceedings before the commission. So I gather most people are familiar with the Attorney General's office, but I want to tell you a little bit more about the public staff. So the public staff was established in 1977 by, like the commission, Chapter 62 of the North Carolina General Statutes. It represents the using and consuming public, not the public at large necessarily, but specifically the public that uses and consumes the service that the utilities provide, or in a particular utility's case, that particular utility provides. And it also appears as a party before the commission in proceedings as an economic regulator and advocate for its constituents. Now, sometimes people confuse the public staff with the commission or the commission staff, and that's understandable. But to be clear, the public staff is separate from the commission. The commission and the public staff are separate agencies. They've got separate staffs. They have separate leadership, and they also have separate budgets. The public staff does not participate in commission decision-making. It cannot independently communicate with the commission on pending matters, and the commission does not direct or oversee the public staff's operations. The public staff serves the public in many ways. Too many to really fully list, but a few are making recommendations to the commission regarding utility mergers and acquisitions, for example. You think back to the Progress Energy Duke Energy merger in 2012, the Synergy merger with Duke Energy back in 2006. You think about the Piedmont Natural Gas acquisition by Duke Energy in 2016. Those are all things where the public staff would have to give a recommendation to the commission as to the pluses, the minuses, the merits, the validities, the virtues, the things that they did not feel were so virtuous about those proposed mergers, and then ultimately the commission would decide, and decided ultimately what it wanted to do, but it would get counsel from the public staff. So you'll also see the public staff auditing utilities and commission investigations and proceedings. You'll see them investigating customer complaints, and you'll also see them assisting legislative staff, legislators in the governor's office regarding proposed legislation. Switching gears just a little bit to non-traditional sources of electric generation. I know that's something that David wanted me to just touch on just a little bit from a Duke perspective. You know, from a renewable energy perspective, in 2007, North Carolina became the first state in the Southeast to adopt a renewable energy and energy efficiency portfolio standard, otherwise known as REPS. And under that REPS statute, IOUs must increase their use of renewable energy resources and/or efficiency, and/or energy efficiency, such that those sources meet 12.5% of their North Carolina retail sales in 2021. It was sort of a stair-step approach, with everything culminating in 12.5% in 2021. And Duke is trying to do its part to help advance the cause of renewable generation in North Carolina as well. In this next decade, either through solar paired with batteries, gas as a bridge fuel, or wind resources or otherwise, our goal is to leverage diverse resources and dispatchable resources. We currently have 8,000 megawatts of wind and solar projects as of the end of 2019, and we operate 22 wind farms across the country from a commercial perspective. You know, we will continue to explore how to incorporate wind-based generation into the Carolinas. And I think earlier somebody was talking, Belton mentioned batteries, and I think somebody had a question about batteries. Batteries continue to be promising, especially as costs come down. And I think that's one of the things and the items that Belton mentioned, right? The cost with batteries, but they are absolutely a very promising grid asset. You know, they don't generate electricity per se. They're really more so move it and transfer it in time. But either way, very helpful, and I think will be even exponentially more helpful over the years, as you know, we as a utility industry learn how to really optimize their role for the system and grid stability and things of that nature. And our 2020 climate report does state that Duke Energy at the enterprise level plans to invest roughly $600 million over the next 5 to 10 years to expand battery storage by almost 400 megawatts. But even with battery storage, we still must continue to think about electric generation opportunities. And as we look at those electric generation opportunities, you will see DEC and DEP, two utilities that have transitioned significantly away from coal generation of the past decade. For the Carolinas, we've retired 32 coal units and since 2010, and we plan to retire an additional 582 megawatts by 2024. Additionally, in 2019, we also propose to shorten the book lives of another 3,919 megawatts of coal capacity in North Carolina. We also continue to look and evaluate natural gas assets and their evolving role in our electric generation transition. Nuclear, a zero carbon resource, continues to be a major source of energy stability and reliability for us here in the Carolinas, as all 6 of Duke Energy Corporation's nuclear generation stations operate right here in the Carolinas. Starting in the early 1970s, they've generated reliable carbon-free baseload generation for the Carolinas. And I think the first one on the combined Duke and Progress system that went into commercial operation was Robinson Nuclear Station down in Hartsville, South Carolina in 1971, I believe. And remember, you know, taking it back, you know, about 5 or 6 minutes ago when I talked about the development of nuclear generation and the research and the exploration that the federal government was doing in the 1950s, and then the commercialization, right, and the expansion of it in the 1960s and 70s, that's when you started to see a lot of nuclear plants start to come online, the 60s and the 70s, and Robinson being the first one on the Duke Energy system and still operating today. And as of today, Duke Energy's nuclear generating stations provide 11,000 megawatts approximately of generation in the Carolinas, enough to serve nearly 7 million homes. I say all that to say the regulation of all of this requires a delicate balancing act by the commission. Why? One might ask. Well, the commission has to consider residential customers, end use customers, and their needs. They've got to consider commercial customers and their needs. They've got to consider industrial customers and their needs, the utilities and their needs, the state of North Carolina and its needs, as it decides what costs are just, what costs are reasonable, what decisions are prudent, and what rates are appropriate for those residential, commercial, and industrial customers. And I personally think this is a pretty arduous task, especially when everyone is watching. And believe me, everybody's watching, from customers to the executive branch in North Carolina, to utilities, to environmental non-governmental organizations and advocates, to the business community. Everyone has a vested interest in the commission's regulation of public utilities. One of the things that I tend to think about is why. Well, early on, I remember when I first got to Duke Energy, this was back in 2008, I remember working on a particular issue where there was a major company in the United States that was trying to determine whether or not to locate one of its 2 biggest sort of data center servers, in the Southeast or somewhere else. And ultimately, what surprised me, and I was very new to the utility, work at that point, having really done, like I've told you before, pharmaceutical patent litigation, commercial litigation, and financial services and securities litigation. I hadn't really done a lot of utility work prior to that. But that was the first time that I realized how much electricity and electricity prices and the cost of that electricity for big companies makes such a difference as to where they're going to locate their businesses. And I remember learning throughout that process, that particular company, the number 2 factor out of everything, I don't remember what the number one was, but the number two factor as far as what their decision was going to be as to where they located their facilities was absolutely the cost of electricity. And that was just astounding to me. That blew my mind. I'd never thought about it like that until I had that experience back, 2008, 2009. So, there are a lot of things and a lot of stressors that the commission has to manage daily as a result of this very weighty responsibility. For example, DECs and DEPs, North Carolina integrated resource plans, I'll just say, filed in North Carolina in August of 2020 with the commission, are perfect examples of the balancing act the commission must perform. Now, I can't go into and should not go into any great detail on those IRPs since they are now filed and pending before the commission, but I will note that IRPs in general, in and of themselves, are already inherently complex. And Duke's new IRPs take this to a new level because we have researched and presented 6 different scenarios that would all add significant amounts of wind-based generation and renewable generation to our generation mix. There's a lot for the commission to consider because the different scenarios have different potential cost impacts for customers, while also balancing what I believe very appropriately and very importantly are the environmental considerations as well. And also just all of this and the significant impacts, on the going forward generation profiles of both utilities. In delivering this presentation, David also asked me to touch briefly upon how a utility manages its different stresses as well. So speaking from a DEC and DEP operations perspective, that's all about doing our best every second, every minute, every hour of every day to think customer, to do right by our customers, and to deliver exceptional service to our customers. That's always job number one, right? How our customers view us is paramount to our success. Our customers are our neighbors, our families, our friends, our doctors, our grocers, our delivery folks. They're all around us. We take our jobs to provide for them very seriously. In connection with that responsibility, however, we also have to manage the goals of our shareholders too. And those shareholders provide the funding to run the company. A good utility's objective is to make prudent investments that ensure customers have access to safe, reliable electricity, while also maintaining a financially strong utility that attracts investors. That's really key. Attracting investors is key to this, to everything working as planned. And in order to do that as an IOU, an investor-owned utility, you have to function as a go-between. We need the funds from our investors to be able to provide the utility service for our customers. But then we also need to earn a fair return on our investment and timely cost recovery on the service we provide to our customers in order to provide an acceptable return back to those same investors, because they won't give us the funds or the money to invest in the first place without the opportunity to earn a fair return. It's just that simple. So, in effect, we need to provide investors with their weighted average cost of capital terminology, which is the minimum return on our existing asset base that we need to provide to the shareholders, debtors, and other providers of capital, or they will invest elsewhere with a competitor or somewhere else. So as you can see, in my mind, everything is connected. It's all connected. And that's why what the investment community thinks, what customers think, what the regulator thinks, what the consumer advocate, like the public staff, thinks, or what the Attorney General's office thinks, or what stakeholders think of an investor-owned utility, it matters. It's very critical to that utility's survival. So in closing, hopefully this has been helpful for you today. Our regulatory world in North Carolina is complex, and it's comprised of highly competent and accomplished individuals trying to do their part to represent the multiple players as best they can. And there are a lot of different complex topics, a lot of which depend on each other. There's usually, things are usually not as simple as they look from the outside looking in to devise a quick and mutually beneficial solution. But hopefully this overview should illuminate that task a little bit, answer some questions, and also give you a brief history of how in North Carolina, we got to where we are and what that state regulation looks like. And I would say a lot of this also, I can't speak for North Carolina because, my role is, I can't speak for South Carolina, excuse me. My role is North Carolina focused, but a lot of these concepts are somewhat interchangeable between, you know, both jurisdictions. And, you know, at some point, it'd be great to have somebody, you know, from the South Carolina side of things. And Belton actually is one of them who knows this stuff like the back of his hand. But, you know, they could speak to that as well. So great to be with you all today and take any questions.
Brian, there is one in the chat box. Could you discuss the EGL docket?
I'm sorry, the EGL docket. I'm not sure which one that is. Could you elaborate a little bit more?
Sorry, that was from me. I'm in the solar world and was looking at the third-party sales, the EGL docket, and I guess where Duke sits or utilities sit as a monopoly, and how North Carolina is moving forward and opening up energy options to consumers.
Okay, got it. You know, so I'm not necessarily more so an expert on that sort of things, but you know, I do know what I can say is from a time in the industry perspective, sort of where we are, regulatory compact, RTOs, competition, things of that nature. I think you know, there are all sorts of things that are being discussed today, be it South Carolina or North Carolina, different potential you know, thoughts on the matter related to whether or not North Carolina should stay as a, you know, a fully regulated jurisdiction, or whether or not things should be opened up. And so, you know, this is a very, very, to me, a very, very sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a potential for a lot of change or a lot of discussion about what change looks like, what the future looks like in the North Carolina market and the Carolinas over the years. So, you know, maybe, you know, that's something that, you know, somebody who's more of an expert in that area can discuss at a future, you know, E4 panel. Can't speak to that so specifically, but I do know that things are different now in 2021, much different than they were in 2008. From a topic perspective when I first joined Duke Energy. So a lot of different ideas, a lot of different opinions, a lot of different voices, and a lot of different utility sort of going forward environment discussions that are happening. So I think it's a very interesting time for Duke Energy in North Carolina and in the Carolinas. Any other questions?
Hey, Brian, just a quick question. Are most of the states in the country regulated or unregulated?
That's a great question, Matt. I believe, and I'm going to have to pull this out from the recesses of my brain, I think it's a pretty even split.
Okay.
Not 25, 25. I don't mean it like right down the middle.
Sure.
But there are definitely a hefty amount of states that are still fully regulated and others that are, you know, unregulated or deregulated. You know, you'll see different entities or different states where you might see that the transmission and distribution, for example, is unregulated. So it's, you know, partially deregulated, but the generation is still regulated. Like here in North Carolina, everything is, you know, still vertically integrated and fully regulated. So, you know, it's, again, a lot of discussion over that, about that topic over the last 4 to 5 years. And Matt, you probably, you know, remember, I guess, the late 90s. I think I was still in college when this was going on, but mid to late 90s, there was a huge push for deregulation. And everybody thought that it was going to be the big thing and the defining characteristic that was, you know, going to change, you know, the energy industry forever. And it didn't exactly work out that way. But I think, you know, a lot of lessons were learned, and a lot, you know, there were some mistakes that were made, as it is with anything. And I think now, I want to say, you know, 20 years later, after that push for deregulation sort of abated somewhat, I think the push is back again, if not for deregulation per se, more so for, you know, more competition within energy markets, some sort of hybridization of, you know, the fully regulated model to something, you know, different. And so it's just interesting to see that those topics are really coming up. You look into any utility dive, you know, trade, publication or SP Global or, E&E or EEI, and it's constantly being discussed. A lot of chatter about it. So very interesting time. Don't know what it's going to look like, 10 years from now, but great time to be within the utility industry and see where this is going.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any others?
Yeah, just real quick. Is it right that the generation mix right now from a renewable energy generation standpoint is 5 to 6%, and that what you're envisioning in the future by 2030 is that it would go up to something like 15%? Is it something you know?
Jamie, that's a great question. I don't remember if those are the exact numbers, but I will tell you that directionally, I do agree, right? Directionally, which is the renewable generation in the Carolinas, what we're looking to do for DEP and DEC is to increase it. That is absolutely correct. I don't remember right offhand from the 5 to 6 to the 15. I should know that, but I can't remember. But directionally, yes, we're looking to continue to look positively and upon potential renewable generation opportunities. We just want to be able to do it correctly and do it at the right pace that enough of our stakeholders and us we think is the right thing to do, and also something that we think that the commission would approve of. And so it's an ongoing, ever present evaluation that we continue to do. But those IRPs, for example, are really snapshots in time of, all right, freeze frame, and here's what we think, this things could look out, over the next 15 years or so. This, IRP that we both did most recently for DEC and DEP, in which I am not the expert on, but again, what I do know is, the difference between this one and the ones of, yesteryear are that we have a lot more built-in scenarios that are included, and that include a lot of renewable generation possibilities to be considered. Again, with the goal directionally of increasing renewable generation.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I have a question. So I guess my question is, how do you at Duke kind of balance it, do this balancing act to ensure that there's a high probability that the regulators are going to accept your proposal? And what I specifically mean is, you bring up renewables, and I think everyone knows or is very well aware of where we're going in terms of an energy market of trying to decarbonize. So, there's the traditional renewables, which solar, wind, I would also include nuclear, even though some people may disagree with that. But there's also new product, and people are the concepts of, we're talking about the hydrogen market and electrolysis, and then turning natural gas turbines into hydrogen turbines, and then that would be considered renewables as well. So with all these new technologies and investment portfolios, of course, Duke has to, I'm a shareholder of Duke, so you have to make me happy, right? So how do you balance that and then also ensure that you're creating a good presentation for the regulators to where they will check the box and approve your proposals? So how do you, I guess, balance that?
I think it's a great question. And I think you articulated it. You articulated part of the answer in that, we are sitting in the middle. I think I heard, our CEO, Lynn Good, talk to this or speak to this most recently. We're sitting right in the middle. We have, very important environmental concerns that we have to think about. We all live as part of this earth as well, and we see that there are different environmental impacts as a result of how we live our lives as humans, no matter what industry you're in. And we have to pay attention to that. We have to try to address that as best we can. But those considerations come with a cost. It's not free. And then you have, on the other side of us, you have, constituents, customers, entities that may say, listen, all of that is well and good. I agree. Let's get more wind. Let's get more solar. Let's get this. Let's get that. Let's change everything right now. Sounds good. But what I'm telling you, Duke Energy, is I don't want to pay $1 more than what I'm paying now. Period. I can't afford it. Don't want to do it. So I'm not voting for that. I'm not going for it. And so we sit in the middle. And we've got to, and those are just two of the different stakeholders that we deal with. So we have got to balance that as much as we can. So to your point, well, how do you do it? By engaging as much as we can with our customers, talking to them, by engaging as much as we can, with our shareholders, by engaging with the public staff, who's the consumer advocate, and their job is to protect the customers. Their job is to look at least cost. Also, engaging with the various, industrial customers in the organizations like, Carolina Utilities Customer Associations or Carolina's industrial customers for fair rates, SIGFR, or, NCSEA or, NCC, but, we have so many different entities, so many that operate within the North Carolina electric and gas utility market, for lack of a better phrase. And it's our job from a regulatory affairs perspective, and in the group that I'm in, from a state regulatory legal perspective, from a governmental affairs perspective, it's our job to be as connected as we can with our entire community, try to make sure that people understand and that we are not just this monolith, right? This large, unfeeling, insensitive albatross, monolith that is only about the bottom line. Yeah, it's easy, and it's easy for folks to consider the company that way, and it makes for a lot of good punchlines, and it helps people in a lot of their different arguments as to why all sorts of bad things need to happen to the company. But at the end of the day, the company is made up of 29,000 individuals just like me who want to do the right thing and want to try to serve our customers well, and also want what's best in the communities that we also serve, but also live in as well. So, to that question, how do we do it? By being our genuine selves, by trying to, generate trust between us and all of our stakeholders, including the commission, even when we disagree. We can disagree about things, but know that we're still trying to do the best thing we can in the best interest of customers, and in the best interest of shareholders, and in the best interest of the state of North Carolina, and in the best interest, so it's really, that relationship. And I think sometimes that can get missed, is that at the end of the day, relationships matter, and trust matters. And so that's part of my job, is to make sure that people know that we're trying to do our best one way or the other. Even if you disagree, that's okay to disagree, but know that we're not out here trying to, scam anybody or hide the ball or any of that stuff. We're trying to do the best job we can for all of our constituents. So long-winded answer. Sorry, Stephen, but I hope that was at least comprehensive for you.
It was. Thank you very much.
All right.
I'm Amy Presson. I actually was once a part of the E4 participant team as well. So I've sat in the chair that you're all sitting in today. So I've been with Duke Energy for, 21 years now. I've held a variety of different roles. I actually started out in nuclear. I was a nuclear engineer by degree with also a business degree, both undergraduate degrees. That's an odd story that we'll save for another time, but I have degrees from NC State and University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. So suffice it to say, I have a split personality, and I deal with that as well as I can. So nuclear engineering was kind of the start of my career. Went through operations, engineering management, nuclear oversight, and then found my way into design oversight for our major projects organization. Worked at 3 different nuclear facilities, and major projects is the way that I found myself moving into natural gas. So today, I am the vice president of the Natural Gas Major Projects Organization. Just kind of a little bit about our organization. We are an organization that is managing approximately $650 million worth of spend annually in various and sundry project types. And so we're going to touch on a good bit of what we do in the presentation today. So with that, let me make sure I'm on the right screen to move forward. There we go. So today we'll go over safety minute. You guys have already been in this meeting. I've already checked my surrounding areas, but you did just get back from a break. So please make sure that you've identified any trip hazards and that you are in a safe environment as we continue on. So we're going to go through natural gas industry a little bit. We're going to sort of start at the macro and work our way down to the micro discussion through infrastructure. We'll talk a bit about construction, which is a large piece of what my organization does. We will talk about safe, reliable operations, some of the mantras for natural gas, and customer focus. And finally, we'll wrap up with our methane reduction targets and talk about that a little bit. So first of all, natural gas industry. The gas is obtained from various locations. I'm sure you've heard of, fracturing processes. Of course, gas comes from the Gulf. It can come from the ground in various plays. So natural gas from the source is then processed and moved into midstream and interstate pipelines. So notice these are deregulated areas. We don't hit a regulation space until we get to the interstate pipelines where the rates are regulated by FERC. And then we move that to the local distribution companies. You'll hear that described as LDCs. And we do operate an LDC company. We do have an interstate company, but that's a very small piece of our business relative to the LDC function. LDC includes transmission pipelines. So there's a transmission portion to that as well as a distribution portion. And then we move that to the residents, the commercial customers, and power generation and industrial customers. In this mix, we have marketers and brokers. So although the gas that you buy is moved through a very clear physical pipe, the supplier of that gas might not actually be the owner of the pipe. So there is really an entire exchange market out there where natural gas is bought and sold. So the molecule of gas that you receive might not actually be the molecule of gas that you've paid for, but because these systems are all interconnected, you're able to make these trades on the market. So that brings us to the interconnection that I mentioned. So the infrastructure is extensive, and this is a map that sort of shows you the interstate and intrastate pipelines that cross over the United States. Obviously, large plays of pipelines around the Texas, Louisiana area. You can also see the northeastern play, as these are, very high-ranking take points from the sources of gas within the country. Of course, we're moving that all along into the different states and communities in which we live. Through this area, in the next slide, you're going to sort of see these lines show up again as more of a closer view of how we move gas into our portion of the country. So look at these long lines right here, and then in the next slide, you will see they show up with some more detail as far as ownership. So these different lines are the supply lines, the pipeline transportation and storage that serves the Piedmont natural gas area. And also, we would have a similar map that would show our Ohio, Kentucky area, although I don't have that one here in front of us. So you can see we've got Cardinal, Columbia, Constitution, Dominion, East Tennessee, Midwestern, Texas Eastern, Transcontinental. So lots of different suppliers and pipeline ownership that gets the gas to our area of the country. So this is, representative of Duke Energy's natural gas LDC holdings. You can see Ohio, Kentucky, and the counties that we cover there, Nashville, Tennessee area, and those associated counties, and then a portion of South Carolina, and quite a significant portion of North Carolina. So we have Carolinas West and Carolinas East. Those are divided based on a previous integration between Piedmont Natural Gas and CNG. And so we're now one big company as we've merged all 5 states together through a series of company mergers over the decades. So as far as infrastructure, again, getting a little closer in for the Piedmont Natural Gas infrastructure, as an example, you can see that within our service territory, we have transmission of natural gas that needs to occur. You've probably thought about for electricity, you've got the big transmission lines, and then you've got the smaller distribution lines that would come into your neighborhood or into your home. Natural gas is very much similar to that. We've got the large lines that have very few customers taking directly off of them, and then we will regulate the gas down to a distribution level. So here you can see how we push the gas across our system through the transmission lines. Also, we sort of break up those areas into resource centers. So that's where we deploy the distribution customer service representatives, whether it's field customer service or gas operations. They go out and they manage the actual meters and services to the commercial and residential customers. And so we have 21 of those throughout our system. We have 3 liquefied natural gas plants. That is natural gas storage facilities where we can buy the gas at a low price, and then we store it liquefied at a 600-to-1 ratio. Liquefied natural gas stores much more compactly than the gaseous form. So we liquefy it using very good refrigeration techniques and turn it cold and into a liquid state. And then later, when the price of gas on the market is high on the coldest days of the year, instead of buying gas from the market, we will actually take that liquefied gas and convert it back into a vaporization state for supply. And 7 compressor stations that help us maintain the pressure and operate the system in an ideal environment. So infrastructure, we'll talk a little bit about the pipelines. This is typical of a transfer station or regulator station, a city gate. You might hear a lot of different terminology, but this allows us to move gas from one segment of the system to another. And here, really love these pictures because once we install a transmission pipeline, we restore that environment to its original grade and grow grass. So, you don't see, you may see where we've been under construction and the dirt has been disturbed and there's a ditch and we're burying a pipeline, but when we're done, you're left with a nice green environment. Now, of course, we do not replant the trees. Trees have roots and we don't want the roots wrapping themselves around the pipeline. But other than not putting the trees back, the environment is restored as much as possible to its original nature, which includes soil type, grass type that's indigenous, and quite honestly just becomes a natural area that the local animals and sometimes deer hunters love to populate. So it's a very environmentally friendly space that's left behind. So liquefied natural gas plants or natural gas storage plants. So I talked a little bit about the process. We are using a nitrogen cooling system for all of our liquefied natural gas plants going forward. There's a couple of different ways. You can use mixed refrigerant, which is what we previously used, but based on lower price and availability, increased availability out there in the market, we're actually converting to nitrogen cooled systems. And so that will take the gas down, like I said, to about minus 200 degrees Fahrenheit, or even slightly colder than that. And at a 600-to-1 compression ratio, become liquefied natural gas. So it's the cold that makes it liquefied. And so this is not actually a pressurized tank. You know, it looks like a pressure tank, but it really is just a cold storage facility. And then we convert that back to a vapor, like I said, on the coldest days of the year for the advantage of the natural gas customer. This is much cheaper than buying firm natural gas supply on the market that's available all year round. So again, we buy it on the spot market in the summer when natural gas is readily available and cheaper, and then we can convert it back to gas in our system on a cold day, thereby saving the customer money. So as far as infrastructure, like I said, compressor stations are one of the facilities that we operate. Those have remote operation capability. We do not maintain a large amount of personnel at the compressor stations, but we do have a control center. We do have maintenance personnel that manage all that equipment. And you know, there are requirements and regulations that we have to meet for the system, the maintenance of the system, gas control training, operator fitness for duty. So a lot of the same mantras that fit with other utilities also fit in natural gas, as far as, you know, safe operations and reliable operations for the system. So infrastructure, again, metering and regulating stations are part of the infrastructure. So as you move from high pressure, higher volume transmission of natural gas, the metering and regulator stations allow us to measure the amount of gas moving through and reduce the pressure of the gas to a pressure oftentimes around 60 pounds that moves towards the final customer delivery point. And this also allows us to monitor the system, again, from the gas control area to ensure we are aware if there's any you know, rapid changes in pressure. Let's say a third party has drilled into the pipe and somewhere out there gas is being released. We will be able from gas control to identify that there's an anomalous flow in that area, dispatch people very quickly, in addition to the phone calls that would be coming from the location where that may have happened. So construction, engineering and pre-construction survey. So part of what we do is consider the area that we need to supply gas to. And we will go through and evaluate, you know, the stakeholders, the landowners, the governments in the area. Let's say we have to get from point A to point B because we've got a supply availability here and increased growth and demand out in the point B area, wherever that may be. So what's the best way to get the gas from where we have it to where we need it? Simply put, we try to accommodate to the best of our ability the people of the area and not inconvenience them, not change the nature of the way in which they intend to use their land in the future, and also stay away from larger populations. So as you can imagine, that's a bit of a dance. You know, we may start out with a design that says, you know, go straight from here over there, and it might be almost a completely straight line that's 7 miles, but by the time we go through and work with the local landowners, that 7 miles might turn into 8 miles, but we will pay less for the land. The local community will be happier, and you know, we will have avoided some high population areas. So it is a multi-month process to figure out what's our route. We'll go through, we will survey and design and work with the landowners one-on-one, identifying what their needs are, what their concerns are, and trying to adjust as best we can. So once we've established our route, we get ready for construction. So what you see in this slide is a laydown area. Over here you can see pipe all stacked out, laid out, ready to move out to the right of way. We'll have mats that we will take out to ensure that this large equipment that we use, backhoes and caterpillars, that they do not sink into marshy or wet areas, or just because of a rain event, some low-lying areas can get too wet. And so we'll have mats that we store here, and the large equipment is mobilized. This equipment is moved all over the country for transmission. So it actually takes quite an evolution just to get all of this here, right? Obviously, this is many truckloads full of pipe. We've got trailers that people have offices that they work from during construction. Construction is often somewhere between, for a very small project, it might be a 2-month evolution. For a much larger project, it could be 10 to 12 months, or even 18 months if it's a very congested area. City installation moves pretty slow at that point. This is our storage facility, where the hub of things happen for a single project. Might not actually be attached to the right-of-way, might be just close by. So oftentimes we are leasing this from someone. We'll kind of turn it into this area that you see, and when we're done, we'll put it back like we found it. It can be a farmland, it can be some property that previously was used for other storage, and we've taken it over, and we'll give it back pretty much however the landowner wants. So here you can see the pipe a little closer up. The vacuum lift is kind of unique to pipeline installation, so that we do not damage the coatings on the pipe. So this is actually a vacuum lift using suction to lift the pipe. So protecting the environment is a big piece of what we do. We actually will construct sometimes beneath power lines, although that's not our preferred area for obvious reasons. Big equipment under high voltage power lines requires a lot of focused attention from a safety perspective. Sometimes the areas we go through can be farmland, but of course, it can also be very flat land where we have water issues and water management issues that we have to deal with, and we've got to regrow grass and soil holding plants to ensure that we don't create an erosion problem for the future. So there's some pretty complex erosion sediment control devices that are required, and some that are very simple that you're very familiar with. Bottom line is we design our erosion sediment control. We install it as it's designed. We inspect that at least weekly and after every rain event. And we also have the Department of Environmental Quality from the state that will come in and also inspect our erosion sediment control processes and all of that to make sure that we're maintaining it in accordance with design. So stringing the pipe along the way. So we call it the right-of-way, or ROW. You'll hear that quite a lot. I've probably said it at least 12 times already. First, we lay out the pipe, and what is I found amazing when I first came to natural gas and started this role was just seeing how it was all done in a very large assembly line way. So we lay out all the pipe. You could see the trucks moving along, the pipes getting laid out, and then you move forward into a weld process. Pipeline is welded together, so some of the coating is taken off, and then the welding takes place. It gets strung out. These are 40-foot sections of pipe, and then they get welded together into much longer strings of pipe. Before they get put in the ground, the coating has to be reapplied, and everything has to be inspected. The welding is inspected. The coating is inspected. The layout in the ground is inspected to ensure that it's in soft soil and not surrounded by rocks that are going to damage or degrade the coating over the years. So here's a string of pipe all welded out, and that's an intentional bend. It's going to go through, a low-lying area of land there in the middle. But multiple pieces of equipment are used to strap and lift a large string of pipe. And then it is moved and lowered into the ditch that it's ultimately going to be buried in. Oftentimes it's strung out right beside the ditch that it's going to be placed into. That might not be the case if it's congested for various reasons, but you can see this is kind of what the lift looks like. It is quite a concert. Someone stands there and sort of orchestrates the operator of each piece of equipment so that they stay in alignment and they lift together and they lower together. So just some more pictures of the pipeline installation process. So, you know, when you see a picture like this, I just ask you to think back to that end photo that I pointed out earlier with a nice open stretch and grass growing, right? So there's a lot of exposed dirt that we have to manage through rain events during construction. But this process gets us through construction very quickly, get it all covered back up and the grass grown. So that assembly line approach really is the least cost approach and also, you know, the best for the communities because the big equipment is in and out as fast as it can be. Pressure testing. So that's another test process we go through. Once the pipeline is laid and it's all connected, we will do pressure testing in large segments. We actually fill the pipeline with water, pressurize that up to 1.5 times the final operating allowed pressure of the gas pipe. So definitely testing with margin. And that margin is required by the regulations as well. We have to pressurize it and then maintain that the pipe holds that pressure for a number of hours. So if there is a loss of pressure, then we go on an Easter egg hunt and go find where the pipe is not holding pressure for whatever reason. Very seldom do we have that problem. Usually the pressure test takes place, is successful, and we move on very quickly. So once the pipe's installed, we move forward to inspection. Inline inspection is what you see on this photo. We actually use these inline inspection tools that you can see on the left. Those tools move through the inside of the pipe while there is gas in the pipe. So we do not take a pipeline out of service so that we can do inline inspection. We leave it in service. If we need a little extra push to move the tools through the pipe, more flow than what normally exists in that pipe, we will actually create a flare. So that's what you see here. It's a special device that we bring in. We connect it to the pipe at the outlet of where we intend to bring out the inline inspection. And we actually burn some of the gas off, allowing an additional flow to occur. We prefer to burn that gas for a couple of reasons. One, it keeps us from releasing, sorry about that. Keeps us from releasing unnecessary amounts of methane to the environment. It also keeps the community from having to deal with the smell of natural gas. As you know, natural gas, propane, gas that is supplied to residents and communities has a smell for safety reasons. But that mercaptan smell can be unpleasant and also can make people worry that they have a natural gas leak in their home or at their business. So if we burn that also burns off the smell, then you don't have that concern. So that is preferred as opposed to just blowing the gas straight to the environment. And if we can avoid doing this, then we do, and we can just run the tool without the flare. But if you ever see this, that is actually a controlled burn and is a normal part of our process. So a little bit out of order here, sorry about that, but this is part of the process of growing grass on the right-of-way. So we'll actually, in hilly areas where we have more of an elevation, more of a grade, we'll actually spray out the grass seed containing fluid that actually sticks to the ground. This stops runoff quite well, especially if it is applied at the proper thickness and proper flow rate. So it looks like a green spray paint, but I will absolutely tell you it holds the soil better than straw would do. So this is actually a very good erosion sediment control measure, while it also helps us grow grass. We actually can't clear our permits until we have 80% reseed growth occurring. So it's very important to us and also to the Department of Environmental Quality that we do a good job of reseeding. And of course, this needs to hold for sometimes months while that grass grows. If we finish construction in December, we might not have good growth until even February or March. So we need to manage that area and periodically inspect it to make sure that we don't have an erosion situation. And once again, the reminder is when we're all said and done, it's back to a nice stable environment with grass. So customers, again, making sure that we serve our customers. One of our major customers actually is electric generating facilities. Buck, Dan River, Smith Energy Complex, Sutton, HF Lee, Marshall, and Blues now also are supplied by natural gas. So that actually is helping us from an environmental standpoint, giving us alternative or new source of fuel, shifting away from some of the coal operations over to natural gas. And some of our facilities are still able to use both fuel sources. Again, another opportunity for the customers to have improved environmental results, but also dual fuel operations for cost management. So when you zoom in, what you can see is that we start to see a lot more pipes, right? So we move into the residential area, and you can see that there's a map underneath the earth where those pipes move to and from homes, helping with the heating, cooking, and then commercially, glass production, tire production. So, a lot of different supplies. And again, the maps can get quite busy as you zoom in and start to look at our GSA system. So that's what this is. This is GSA Lite. This is where we can go and identify where a pipe is in the ground, when it was constructed. You can also identify the pressure of that pipe, the name of the pipe, again, the route that it takes to that particular customer. Also that if we get a 811 locate phone call, we're able to go in and tell construction before they get started where not to dig. And that's about it on that page. We'll move forward. So 24/7 gas control. Gas control is around the clock, continuous. There is someone managing and operating our gas system across the 5 states every minute of the day, 365 days a year. These folks are highly trained, they're tested, they're retrained, they have to maintain their qualifications, there's a fitness for duty program. And we actually have fairly recently done some pretty extensive upgrades to their monitoring equipment. And so it's almost a little futuristic when you go into gas control now. It's all digital and screens on the wall. They can change what they see on these screens based on the area that they're focused on. They have alarms and set points, a SCADA system that is highly integrated with various portions of the system so that we're aware when something's happening, even though the system is very spread out. So 811, we are a part of the 811 system, making sure that, before you dig, you call 811. You need the marks so that you know where to dig and where to avoid. We have an entire system set up where that call comes in, we get the notification, We have a certain amount of time where we have to go out and mark the ground to let future construction, whether it's a homeowner or a commercial construction, know that there is a pipeline in the area. So customer focus, we really, first of all, want to make sure that our customers are happy. They're getting the service that they ask for, that they're loyal. We look at the Net Promoter Score. It's our measure for our customer happiness. And we actually have goals and metrics set up to ensure that the customers are happy and remain happy. We measure how fast we get to the customer, how long it takes for us to respond to emergencies. And we find that when our customers are concerned about a gas situation, they don't know if they have a gas leak or if they have a problem. Time and again, our employees go out and chase down their question. Even if we conclude that it's not related to a Duke Energy Ohio or a Piedmont Natural Gas customer supply issue, but they have a concern. And so, we really have employees that care, and they want to make sure that those people are left safe, satisfied, and comfortable, even when the issue is not related to natural gas. Sometimes we actually just had one the other day where a geotech company had incidentally, during installation of a geo cooling system, had tapped into a natural gas pocket underground. And it wasn't related to the natural gas system, but the employee didn't let go of that until the geotech company came back out, assessed the situation, even though they were sure it wasn't associated with their system, but really pushed the issue on behalf of the customer and sorted it out that it was an underground naturally occurring pocket of gas, and got that unsafe situation resolved for the customer. So part of what makes the employees willing to do that is that the employees are happy. So we do pride ourselves in being a fun place to work, and to being a happy place to work. Employee satisfaction and engagement is a big part of what makes the employees happy to make the customers happy. So finally, on methane emissions. So we have created a goal for natural gas to get to a 50%, well, first of all, Duke Energy's carbon climate goal, I'll start there, is a 50% reduction of CO2 emissions by 2030 and net zero CO2 emissions by 2050. The carbon climate goal covers the CO2 emissions from electricity generation, which accounts for the vast majority of the company's emissions. But within natural gas, we've set a methane goal for our distribution systems to be net zero methane emissions by 2030. So part of that is driving better performance with 811, reducing third-party hits on our system, also focusing in on leaks from the system. It's just like when you put your water hose to the connection point on your house. Sometimes there's that small water leak that occurs. Although the majority of the water is getting to where it's supposed to, a little bit of it may dribble out at the joints. So that sometimes happens in the natural gas system, and we're seeking to reduce that, find those spots, and eradicate them. And for the portion that there's always some maintenance required, and so we also have some gas emission that may continue to occur, but we're going to offset that with a recapture renewable natural gas system. So, part of that is with, let's say, the waste disposal, right? So we have landfills that have methane emission. We'll set up a system to capture the methane from the landfills and actually re-inject that back into the natural gas pipe. Hog farms is another place where we would capture methane emissions and convert that into usable natural gas. So that's to offset the portion of our methane release that we will not be able to get rid of just due to maintenance requirements. So that's how we're going to get to net zero methane emissions by 2030. So that's the end of the, that's the end of the presentation, and I'm ready to ask for questions.
Yeah, I was just going to ask a quick question on the renewable natural gas. So I know that Optima KV has something in place in Smithfield Foods, but then in terms of producers who will inject directly into the line, do you know what the heating value spec is for those developers? What like because I know there's a litany of specifications that they need to hit, but I don't know what the heating value is. Is it around 1,000 or something less than 1,000 for someone injecting into the line?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I can get that for you and provide that back. It is the same heating value as is required by PHMSA regulation, right? So there's a certain regulated value that we have to maintain. And so we require that they maintain that. We actually measure that on both their side of the system and then also on our side of the system, ensuring that those heating values are maintained. But I can get that number for you.
Yeah, sure. All right, thanks.
Other questions?
There was one in the chat box that was asking what type of grass seed do you use?
Great question. That is variable. It very much depends on where the work was done. So if the work was done on a landowner's property, that was, previously managed and maintained by the landowner, backyard, farmland, etc., we will reseed with whatever they request, and we make sure Department of Environmental Quality is okay with that. If we are in a public right-of-way, again, similarly, we'll reseed with whatever was previously there or whatever's requested. If we are in a natural area, let's say in a previously forested or wetland area, then we're required to put back a seed that is naturally indigenous to the area. We also strive to get something that grows, but it's got to match with the environment. Again, if it was already disturbed by mankind, then we can put back what's requested, provided it's non-invasive. And if it's not an area that was previously disturbed, or if it's an area that qualifies as a waterway area or wetland area, even if it's a dry wetland, we'll be very careful to put back what is natural. So there's not one answer.
Quick question, Amy. You made a comment that you guys always, this isn't necessarily on natural gas, but more on leadership. You made a comment that you always try to make it a happy and fun place to work. How do you successfully implement that? I guess, as a leader, what would your advice be to us to try to implement that in our own organizations?
Yeah, that's a great question. We can all strive to excel at what we do, but it doesn't mean we have to be difficult with each other or unprofessional with each other to do that. And so, as working with employees, we want to create an environment where they take pride in their work. People naturally want to take pride in their work, right? So we encourage that, and that's the way to strive for excellence and improvement. And quite honestly, we put it in our mantra. I mean, we tell people, one of our goals is to be a fun place to work. So, we sort of had a little competition last year between the resource centers. We were seeking to raise money for a good cause. And we said, if we reach this percentage, if we reach this number, then our executive leadership will do the baby shark dance. And they did on video in costume. right? So, you've
That's
got
awesome.
you've got to know that you do stuff like that, and it shows people that you're really in for a fun place to work. And so, if you're not willing to put yourself out there and be fun, and laugh a little, your employees aren't going to be as happy. So when they see you laugh and not being afraid of having a little fun, even at your own expense. One of our fundraisers is Pie in the Face. We have a big effort with the American Heart Association. I have taken a pie in the face. I volunteered right off the bat. And so part of the fundraising is if you really want to see somebody take a pie in the face, then you have to put more coins in the jar, more dollars in the jar. And the person who gets the most dollars gets the pie in the face. We actually let 4 people win that opportunity. So it's very fun to watch. And then last minute, you kind of just add to the fun, right? So the different things that we do that are not so focused on the operations and the safety of what we do every day, but when we do fundraisers, you might walk the hallway and see members of leadership wearing Halloween costumes. So again, just not taking the work environment so seriously that you can't have a little fun.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly, I can't see the, oh wait, there it is. There's the chat. Let me see. So I don't see any more questions there, but still have some time. Can certainly go back in the slides if you guys have questions there.
Amy, this is David Doctor with E4 Carolinas. I will, I'll preface my question or, the natural gas industry in 1980, just after the Natural Gas Policy Act, was part of the industry directly for 16 years, all the way up through 1996. I eventually moved over and ran a subsidiary for Tenneco. So I know, I'm familiar with the natural gas industry, and I've watched it evolve over time. I'm interested to have you in the last 5 years that deals with the idea of not in my backyard. And, for me, a longtime natural gas executive, I actually find it a little bit perplexing and illogical. I don't expect you to describe it in those terms, but from my perspective, what I see is that we have really a vast number of consumers that use natural gas, that use the products. And most people don't realize this, but there's a huge number of products that are made from natural gas that they use in their lives every day. But yet we have a respectable number of community activists that are adamant that natural gas should no longer be used. And in particular, this has shown up with regard to pipeline construction, things like that. So I know that Duke Energy has had a significant experience in partnership with Dominion on the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, but I'm wondering if more locally, are you beginning to see the not in my backyard phenomena show up with regard to distribution activities? And how do you interact with the community when, if things like this show up?
Yeah, David, we actually are starting to see that. I mean, I've personally started to observe, folks that are using some of the mantras that have been used at the large opposition level to try and say, hey, not on my property. So you're absolutely right. What we see in the media and what we read in the news ultimately starts to shape the minds of folks at the micro level. What do we do about that? I think our industry has, responsibility to start educating people, right? What they don't know or understand can scare them. And we have a handful of very vocal, active opposition folks, right? And I think that's That's the thing to realize, is that it's the vocal few that are shifting the minds of those who just don't have enough information. So we've got to give them the information that they need to say, hey, you know, you're right. Like David said, I mean, my cell phone is made possible with natural gas. The tires on my car are made possible with natural gas. And so there's a balance, right? You know, and I think educating people about that, having folks like yourself make sure people know that, but also, you know, more of a national campaign so that our government officials understand that our general public and populace understands that. You know, it's not just about, you know, is gas good for the environment or not, right? Nothing is that black and white. And that's, you know, that's why we have the effort to reduce methane emissions. I mean, we know we can do better. We know that we can support the environment, but the natural gas can be clean. It is becoming cleaner every day. It's way cleaner than it was 30 years ago. It's going to be even cleaner by 2030, right? So we're moving in the direction that everybody else is moving with the environment, but we also have to remember that's about affordability. There's a lot of people that cannot afford to switch from gas to electric, and in the north area, you know, where it's extremely cold, you're not going to be successful with an entire electric system of heating. And then there's the commercial aspect and the industrial aspect. There's some things you just aren't going to produce, you know, with electricity heat-based appliances. So there is the, you know, tactical factor that it is needed, but also the fact that it provides jobs, it provides affordability. So there's a lot more to natural gas discussion than what that vocal few will bring forward. And I think it's up to those of us that have that background and the education and the understanding to share the information that we have so that folks understand the bigger picture. When we deal with a particular landowner, you know, we just have to be understanding and listen to their concerns and then provide them with the information that we have to enlighten them. But hopefully we can start enlightening the public and the government and those that can be influenced with information, you know, before it comes to their backyard. Does that answer your question?
It does very well. Thank you very much. I have one more if no one else has any.
There's nothing else in the chat, so go for it.
Okay, so this one addresses just generally how safe is natural gas. You know, again, the towards drama. So if there's a problem, you hear about it, but you don't hear about the hours and hours and hours of safe operation. So can you give us some perspective on how safe, for example, Duke Energy's overall distribution system is, and you know, how often do you have like a substantial leak that poses a problem, or you know, some minor explosion or a problem at a compressor plant? How often does that stuff really happen?
Yeah, great question. So what we've experienced, I mean, as far as safety of the system, there is at the high pressure area required safety protocol, the inline inspection tools that I showed you. What those are looking for is anomalies on the pipeline. And that could be anything from where you've got degradation or corrosion just from time being buried underground, water exposure, et cetera. That normally is protected by the coatings and by the installation processes. But of course, we're still proactively looking for those issues on the older pipe. So the inline inspection tool actually gives data back to tell us if there's something we need to go look at. And when we see that data indicated on transmission pipeline, we actually go out there and we dig, expose that area, and assess that area. If it needs to be remediated, we can do several things to repair it. We can actually do a bypass and cut out and put in brand new pipe in that section. We can recode it if it's just a coating anomaly. We can actually put on a steel Band-Aid, if you will, right? And wrap that around and weld it in place. So there's a lot of repair options that we proactively do continuously every year. We have an ongoing program. Inline inspection is required every 7 years at a minimum on transmission pipeline, and remediation of those anomalies is graded and requires appropriate response. And if something looks too questionable, we actually reduce the pressure on that pipe and take an immediate action to deploy resources right out there to go and assess it. And that might be something that could have held, for another decade, but we treat it like it's got to be dealt with right now. So very conservative response to anomalies that exist in the system, looking for those anomalies. As far as safety, where you see on the media occasionally a issue or an explosion that occurs at a building, what I would tell you is those situations are often caused by either a third party that has hit a natural gas line and caused a release into that building, or oftentimes we find it's caused by a commercial owner or a residential owner that maybe used a plumber to go do natural gas pipe work, or they did their own natural gas pipe work and caused a release and then caused an ignition. And those are very unfortunate occurrences. But the reality is when you see that in the media, it's about the explosion, and it's about it was a natural gas explosion, but they never come back and say what it really was. And quite honestly, it's almost always because someone dug without the 811, or they got the 811 marks and then they dug in that spot anyway without working with the proper resources, or again, they tried to do their own work in their home and had an unfortunate occurrence. So, again, that gets back to, you're right. A lot of what you see is because it's the drama. The rest of the story is what you often don't see, which is, these are areas where they could have been avoided with a different decision making on the part of the contractor or the owner of that building. So we try very hard to educate the public. We provide information on the SharePoint. Close to the holidays, we try to do a media play to say, hey, let's talk about natural gas and how to be safe with natural gas. People talk about electricity from the time they're a 2-year-old, right? Like, don't touch the outlet. Electric safety is something we teach our children from the time they're a toddler and they start crawling. But natural gas safety is not something we teach our toddlers, right? We kind of work into it, and it's all about the gas stove, but really there's a lot more to it. So trying to have that educational campaign is really a big piece of what's going to take away those localized distribution events, which a lot of the time, majority of the time, are caused by someone making a bad set of decisions.
Yeah, great answer, Amy. I know over 16 years, I was with 3 different natural gas companies. And during that 16 years, we never had a line or mainline explosion or compressor, station explosion. And we never lost a life on any of our systems. Now, during that time, there were a number of natural gas incidents, just as you explained, where somebody was in a building or somebody was digging and something blew up. Invariably, the news media would report about a Texas gas transmission official was contacted for a response. Okay, not our line. Okay, we were a mainline pipeline. This was a little distribution line in a little city someplace. So they didn't contact the city to say, who was this that blew up your distribution line? They called the pipeline, and it's unfortunate. And the news media is not going to correct that. But as a result, the pipeline industry has been associated with a certain number of accidents, which is really a misnomer. It's actually
Yeah, I missed the last bit of what you said, David, but you are spot on. It's the message that's sent is often not the full story, and that's not just for natural gas. You know, I mean, I used to see it when I was in the nuclear industry too, and so it's sort of across the board. It's the exciting story of when an event happens, and often not a lot of follow up on what's the rest of the story. It's just that an event happened and who was contacted. So you're absolutely right. We've never had an explosion at a compressor station. More than 40 years of operating 3 liquefied natural gas facilities, never an event, never a release. So we have a very outstanding safety record, as do all the LDCs that you would ask have very good safety records. So, you know, what you see in the media is an anomaly.
Yeah. And Amy, I think this is an important topic for our leaders that are in a program right now, because they, to the extent that they're affiliated with, it's wind or solar. I mean, this is happening with all capital assets now. They are going to have to do a better job of telling a story about the value of their capital asset. And it's just going to be part of leadership going forward.
Yes, absolutely. And telling the balanced story, right? I mean, wind and solar absolutely have a place in our future, but they don't have the only place in our future. And I think that's the important aspect, right? It's a balance. So.
And you know, they can attest that wind capital projects and solar capital projects are now encountering community resistance, where, you know, they now have to make their case, as opposed to it's presumed that it's great to have a grid scale solar installation in your community, or to have, you know, 100 wind turbine towers. So all of you that are on a program right now, this is part of your leadership challenge the next decade, is to be able to make the case with regard to the energy asset that you're associated with.
You know, we've actually we haven't experienced it directly, but I've seen in the media pushback on swine methane recapture.
Exactly.
Yep. So you know, you think, oh, it's obvious. Why would we not want to do this? But you can always, the devil's advocate is always out there, right? Always finding a reason why even what appears to be the most green solution is a problem. There's, you know, so you just have to look at all the data and decide, you know, for yourself, what's a good balanced approach. But as leaders, we have to figure out how to present that concept and make people understand the bigger picture. So I totally agree.
How about any other questions to close Amy out?
Just a comment. So thank you, Amy. And just on that last point, I mean, I'm somewhat biased because I've been in the renewable natural gas space for a while. And I guess my question is, we know in California, there's a strong push for electrification. So there are cities that have passed ordinances to really reduce the reliance on a natural gas infrastructure. And the thought is that natural gas has a place, but it would only be in an industrial space, or maybe in transportation, like CNG for large vehicles. And so is there any sense throughout the industry that what is happening in California, that SoCalGas is honestly trying to fight, is going to make its way east, and that we'll be facing some of the same issues in a state like North Carolina? Or is the thought that natural gas is really just here to stay because we do heavily rely on it in a state like North Carolina?
Great question. And I think you're spot on. I mean, the movement of California has to be taken seriously. And if any of us think that we're immune, then we're probably not planning for a realistic future, right? The concept that is grown in one part of the country moves as the people move. And so you look at, well, how often do people move these days, right? People from California move to the Carolinas, people from Texas move to New York. And so with their movement, move their philosophies and their ideas, and then that starts to influence the government. I would tell you the North Carolina of today is not the North Carolina of my childhood. I grew up in North Carolina. The people, the politics, the government, just the growth, all of that has changed over the years. And so it will continue to change. So yeah, we have to start now with that discussion of, why natural gas has a home in people's homes, not just in an industry. Affordability is a big piece of it. And just making sure that there is competition, right? Even within Duke, we have Piedmont Natural Gas, which is a subsidiary of Duke, but yet we still have to compete and basically bring another option to the table, right? Electric is an option, so is natural gas. And that price competition is important. Even in a regulated industry, right? The customer at the end of the day can choose, how do I heat my home? When you take away that choice, you take away some of the competition, and folks are big on their freedom in America, and I think that's a big piece of it too, right? Is that a freedom that you want to give up because we regulate that your house can't have natural gas? So there's a lot to consider, but to answer your question, I do not ever in my daily life feel like, well, natural gas is here to stay. North Carolina is never going to push back, because North Carolina is a changing state like every other one. We have people that move in, we have people that move out. And the number of people that I talk to that say, are you kidding? You're originally from this area? I haven't met anyone from this city that grew up here, right? So I'm an anomaly, and I know that. And I think we have to remember that just because we have a friendly state today doesn't mean we're going to have a friendly state in 5 years. It's up to us to make sure people have the information necessary to stay friendly to what we offer. All right. Well, that's time. I don't want to hold up your agenda. Kelly, I don't see you on screen, but I assume you're still out there. So yeah, thanks everybody for the time and for the great questions. Really appreciate it. Jamie, I'll see if I can get that answer for you about RNG requirements and send that back to Kelly.
All right, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right. Thanks everybody. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks, Amy.
Amy.
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So welcome again. It's great to see y'all. I don't know about you, but I enjoyed the session yesterday, and I really appreciate the number of questions, thoughts, ideas, comments, interaction that we had. I thought it was good. So today you've heard about regulation. And then you heard about natural gas transmission and distribution line organization, construction, maintenance, safety, etc. I'm now going to take you to the front end of the pipeline, and we're going to look at natural gas production. If we have time before Siemens Energy comes on at 1:30, we're going to take just a quick look at coal production. We don't have that scheduled any time during the 7 sessions, but I've got just a few slides that we can talk about coal production. At 1:30, we'll transition over to Siemens Energy. We'll have a tour and a presentation on their operation here in Charlotte primarily, where they build turbines, generators, and related power generating technologies and do maintenance. And then when Siemens is done, I'm going to talk some about power plant generating technology. I'll look at natural gas. And if we have time, I'll take just a quick look at coal, because the overall concept's the same. The actual technology that's employed is distinctly different between natural gas and coal, and we'll take a quick look at that if we can. First of all, the big picture. If the big picture will come up, there it is. So I tell different leadership classes, we use this chart in boot camps that we produce 5-6 times a year. And I tell people, this is the most important chart that is available in the energy industry. This is a Sankey diagram, S-A-N-K-E, Sankey diagram. It's produced by Lawrence Livermore National Lab. You can just simply Google that, and you'll get a whole page of different Sankey diagrams. This one in particular describes the U.S. energy consumption we consume about 100 quads. So when you look at the numbers on this chart, you can kind of translate them into percentages, which is neat, I think. But on the left-hand side, what you see is all of the original energy sources: solar, nuclear, hydro, wind, geothermal, natural gas, coal, biomass, and petroleum. And now I want to point out that the boxes do not give you a relative sense. They're not very precise. So, for example, you can see that petroleum down at the bottom is about 37 quads, and it is not 7 times the size of biomass. So you got to really look at the numbers to see now how much of this energy source is flowing through our system. So when you look at the bottom, 37% is still petroleum, and you can see that primarily goes to the industrial applications and mainly for transportation. So if we have issues with regard to the consumption of petroleum products, mainly, how much CO2 are we producing for petroleum in the United States, transportation is really where we have to focus, and that's where the industry is focused right now. And you'll see that actually biomass or biofuels has been a bigger transportation contributor than has electric vehicles. Now, electric vehicles are going to surpass biofuels. If it's not already, it will very soon. It overtake it considerably. But this chart, I think, is really great because it allows you to understand the entire nation's context with regard to energy origination, energy movement, energy consumption, and then how effectively it's used. Because I want to point over to the right, and the dark gray box represents the energy service that's produced from energy consumption. So actually, what productivity results from the consumption of this energy that's input to residential, commercial, industrial, and transportation. The light gray represents, basically, it says rejected energy, but that's the energy that does not go into productive service. So that's the energy that's used, it winds up as heat or waste or loss. So as you look at that light gray sector, it demonstrates a clear opportunity for you as leaders during this next decade to change the way that we consume energy. If you take a look at electricity generation, you'll see that about 2/3 of the energy that we put into energy generation is lost in heat. How do we develop more effective combustion processes? How do we capture that heat and use it for something else? You'll see residential is relatively efficient, as is commercial. When you come down to industrial, it's about 50-50. So 13.4 versus 12.9. These are 2018 numbers. Transportation, again, is likewise inefficient. And in fact, where about 2/3, about 66% of our electric generating energy input is rejected. If you look down here, you'll see that it's about 80%. It's 20 versus 6, 22 versus 6. So you run those out, you find out it's about 80%. So transportation is very, very inefficient. Now, you probably realize that in recent years, there's been a lot of attention focused on electricity generation. It's inefficiencies, it's pollutant byproducts, and things like that. The focus on transportation has been primarily about the transformation of the fleet from fossil-based consumption to electric vehicles. As you think about this situation, you'll realize that electric power plants are an easy target because there's a defined number. They don't move about. They're right there. You can monitor them. Whereas transportation, there's millions and millions and millions of source points of all different types: passenger vehicles, commercial vehicles, heavy-duty trucks, etc. All different types of configurations, and a gigantic infrastructure that exists with regard to conventional roads, fueling stations, a fueling infrastructure behind that, et cetera. So you can see while transportation is a light contributor to inefficient fuel use, that it's a much more difficult challenge. So again, I commend you to track this chart down. I will send you a copy of this deck, but track it down on your own, Lawrence Livermore National Lab, Sankey diagram, and use it to give yourself context with regard to your overall decision-making with regard to energy issues. So here over time is how the nation's fuel use has evolved. You'll see that there's a yellow line that stretches on out to 1776. And you'll see that for 75 years after the Declaration of Independence, that we were basically a biomass economy. In other words, wood. We were a wood-based economy. In 1850, commercial coal production came into use. You can see its rapid rise, and you can see a little bit of decline in wood. And then shortly after that, petroleum was discovered. Some of you that are a little bit older can remember the Beverly Hills Billies series, where it started out with Jed shooting at some food, and up from the ground came bubbling crude. It wasn't quite that easy, but it was close. In Pennsylvania, oil was found within 30, 40 feet of the surface. It was produced. Shortly after that, natural gas came into production. You'll see there's about, maybe a 10, 20-year lag. Natural gas was actually a waste product of oil production initially. In fact, if oil wells were drilled and there was a substantial amount of natural gas associated, they were typically capped off and weren't produced because natural gas was dangerous. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, but natural gas in its natural state has no odor. It's tasteless and odorless. The pungent odor that you smell is a mercaptan that is added once the natural gas is delivered to the local distribution company. So natural gas in the production state and in interstate transmission in the big pipelines is odorless, tasteless, you can't see it. So you can see the rise of nuclear after World War II. You see in the 50s and 60s, we had nuclear plants that came into being. And that's as a result of the nuclear technology that we developed during World War II. And as you move on, you can see the continued rise of natural gas. You can see the plateauing of nuclear. You can see the decline of coal. You can see that petroleum kind of hit a plateau after it really jumped up in the, probably by about the 1960s there, it hit its peak. And then you begin to see the rise. If you look above the 2 in 2018, you'll see this happy little green line that's just popping right up off the horizontal axis. It says other renewables. And that's where solar and wind began to make its debut. And we're not going to talk about solar today, but I will mention that just 10 years ago today, we had literally no solar power production in the United States, literally none. 2009, I believe, was the first solar installation in North Carolina that contributed to the grid. So just a little bit of perspective as to where we sit with the various fuel sources with regard to their rise or decline. We will not spend any time with petroleum in this leadership program. We have no oil production in the Carolinas. We have only a couple of natural gas wells that produce in North Carolina, and these are only meager amounts. We do have a shale trend in North Carolina, but the likelihood of it producing natural gas is relatively low. So the thought is that for an exceptionally long time, it's going to be undeveloped because there's so many other rich opportunities in the United States to produce natural gas. So we won't focus much on natural gas. We will not pay much attention to coal. We will not pay attention to petroleum, but nuclear, other renewables, hydroelectric are things that we're going to look at as we go through the year. This is also an important slide for you. The one on the left, it shows the crossover of exports versus imports. That has happened just within the last year or so, to where historically we were BTUs. This is BTUs, so it takes into account all of the crude oil that comes in, all the natural gas that comes in around. At this gap between the blue line and the red line, that is how much we imported. And now that there's a crossover where the red line exceeds the blue line, everything that exists between the red line on the top and the blue line on the bottom, that is imports. That is exports. We are a net exporter now of BTUs, and basically as of about a year ago, we can declare energy independence. Although if we take a closer look, you'll see that we still do import a great deal of petroleum products from a large variety of countries, both friendly and not. So does somebody have a question? You're welcome to pop in anytime and ask a question.
David, I have a question on if we have enough oil here, why is it more economical to import from abroad? I mean, logistically, you think it would be, make more sense to use what we got here?
It would appear to make more sense. There's two factors that come into play. One is quality. The oil that's produced in the Middle East and some other parts are of extremely high quality, much easier to refine, so it turns into economics. If you take, for example, some of the oil that comes out of Canada, some of the oil that comes out of, say the fields in North Dakota, South Dakota, it's a little closer to tar than it is to a liquid state. So it has to be extensively treated to be turned into a gasoline or a jet fuel or something like that. Whereas a lot of the oil that we import from the Middle East is light sweet crude, very easily refined, minimal cost input at refineries and that. So part of it is quality and cost. The other part is politics. So the United States actually has an interest in maintaining economic ties with various of these countries. So some of these countries have fairly volatile political and economic environments. And for the United States to really be able to thoroughly understand what's going on there on a real-time basis, we maintain trade there. And if I were to show you the portfolio, you'll probably see about 30 countries. And some of these countries are part of the former Soviet Union, or now independent Russian states. A lot of countries in the Middle East. We deal with a number of the oil-producing countries in South America, including some of the bad actors that are out there right now. So the other part of it is politics.
Thank you.
How about other questions with regard to the big picture? We're going to move into natural gas production now.
David, just have a quick question. What about refineries? Aren't there a limited amount of refineries in the United States where it would limit the amount of imports as well as exports, or reproducing or producing to, like you say, oil?
Yeah, there has been a limited number of refineries. Now, we have in the last decade seen a respectable upgrade of refineries, so that the various refining centers, even with the same footprint that they've had, are able to handle more capacity, and they're able to better produce the range of products that we consume in the United States. Very little of the product that comes in as a refined product. So we primarily bring crude in from offshore sources. A large amount of that comes into the East Coast. So if you think a bit about where oil is produced in Canada and the United States, which is primarily the central area, you can see where, when you start figuring economics and oil quality in that if you're able to bring a really high quality oil into East Coast refineries, the economics are probably better overall to accomplish that than to bring them in from the mid-continent area. Now, the majority of our exports go to the Pacific Rim. So when you stand back and take a look at a map of the world, you think, all right, now, is it easier to ship oil out of the Gulf of Mexico through the Panama Canal or off the West Coast over to the Pacific Rim, or is it easier to come around through the Suez Canal, the Middle East, down around India, up and around? So you can see that in many circumstances, U.S. produced oil may be a better deal going to the Pacific Rim. So you kind of got oil moving from the United States to the Pacific Rim, and you've got oil moving from the Middle East across the Atlantic into the United States East Coast. Make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
How about anything else? We're going to take a look at natural gas production then. So we're going to go up to the front end of the pipeline that Amy described a little bit earlier, and we're going to take a look at what goes on there. And I am going to stop screen sharing a moment. I'm going to come back in to screen share using a different resolution, and I'm going to see if we can play a little video.
Natural gas. Natural gas is primarily methane, or CH4, with smaller quantities of other hydrocarbons. It was formed millions of years ago when dead organisms sunk to the bottom of the ocean and were buried under deposits of sedimentary rock. Subject to intense heat and pressure, these organisms underwent a transformation in which they were converted to gas over millions of years. Natural gas is found in underground rocks called reservoirs. The rocks have tiny spaces called pores that allow them to hold water, natural gas, and sometimes oil. The natural gas is trapped underground by impermeable rock called a cap rock and stays there until it is extracted. Natural gas can be categorized as dry or wet. Dry gas is essentially gas that contains mostly methane. Wet gas, on the other hand, contains compounds such as ethane and butane, in addition to methane. These natural gas liquids, or NGLs for short, can be separated and sold individually for various uses, such as in refrigerants and to produce products like plastics. Conventional natural gas can be extracted through drilling wells. Unconventional forms of natural gas, like shale gas, tight gas, sour gas, and coal bed methane, have specific extraction techniques. Natural gas can also be found in reservoirs with oil and is sometimes extracted alongside oil. This type of natural gas is called associated gas. In the past, associated gas was commonly flared or burned as a waste product, but in most places today it is captured and used. Once extracted, natural gas is sent through small pipelines called gathering lines to processing plants, which separate the various hydrocarbons and fluids from the pure natural gas to produce what is known as pipeline quality dry natural gas before it can be transported. Processing involves 4 main steps to remove the various impurities: oil and condensate removal, water removal, separation of natural gas liquids, sulfur and carbon dioxide removal. Gas is then transported through pipelines called feeders to distribution centers or is stored in underground reservoirs for later use. In some cases, gas is liquefied for shipping in large tankers across oceans. This type of gas is called liquefied natural gas, or LNG. Natural gas is mostly used for domestic or industrial heating and to generate electricity. It can also be compressed and used to fuel vehicles and as a feedstock for fertilizers, hydrogen fuel cells, and other chemical processes. Natural gas development, especially in the United States, has increased as a result of technological advances in horizontal drilling and hydraulic fracturing. When natural gas is burned, there are fewer greenhouse gas emissions and air pollutants when compared to other fossil fuels. In fact, when used to produce electricity, natural gas emits approximately half the carbon emissions of coal. Despite fewer emissions, natural gas is still a source of CO2. In addition, methane is a potent greenhouse gas itself, having nearly 24 times the impact of CO2. During the extraction and transportation process, natural gas can escape into the atmosphere and contribute to climate change. Natural gas leaks are also dangerous to nearby communities because it is a colorless, odorless, highly toxic, and highly explosive gas. That's natural gas.
All right, that's natural gas. Let's see if I get back to my slide deck now. Come on. There we go. All right. So a couple important points that you saw in the video. And I think Amy touched on this, but fugitive methane has been determined to be 24 times more harmful than a comparable amount of CO2. And that is why now that environmental groups have done such a good job of making us aware of coal ash and the need to over time retire those coal-fired generating plants, they've turned their attention to natural gas because the impact of fugitive methane actually has just come to light with enough scientific evidence to say yes, this is so, probably in the last 4 or 5 years. So this is going to be an issue that you during the next decade will need to deal with, and that is, how do we continue to use natural gas? Because if we're going to dial these coal plants down, we don't have the technology yet to replace both coal and natural gas with regard to at least electricity production. So if you all make a note of that, figure that out in the next decade, I think everyone will be appreciative. Seriously, it's one of the issues that's going to fall on your table whether you want it or not. So here's a look at the composition of natural gas, and let me make the point. We talk about natural gas. The stuff that comes to your house is not natural gas, okay? It's methane, CH4. But who wants to have their company called Piedmont Methane Company? Okay? So natural gas is the word that's used throughout the industry, but natural gas is what comes out of the wellhead, and natural gas contains all of these different components, with methane being the principal component. So now, why do we like natural gas? We like natural gas because it blows up. Okay? Now, seriously, we like it because it goes through an oxidation process and it gives off heat. And it's a little difficult to contain because you got to have this pipeline system. It's not like you can put it in a bucket and bring it someplace and have the heat released once you oxidize it. But it is very attractive because it efficiently produces a lot of heat through the oxidation process, and the only byproducts that it produces is CO2, which we've learned now is not desirable and needs to be contained. But this is it only has one pollutant as opposed to coal, which has multiple pollutants, and it produces water. So carbon dioxide and water is a result of oxidizing methane, and we like it because of its heat content. Now, you've heard about hydrofracking. In fact, we'll take a look at that in just a minute. But I want you to have this in perspective, that the vast majority of our natural gas today comes from new technology that's been introduced in the last 20 years. So you see the tight gas here, and you'll find out what tight gas is in just a minute, but you can see here's 2000. So you can see the increase of tight gas, but hydrofracking has become available as a technology to produce shale gas. And if you look here, it already in 2020, hydrofracking is responsible for a majority of our natural gas production. And hydrofracking is also used to produce tight gas. So you can see that the traditional natural gas production, which is this kind of violet color and this blue, has decreased considerably and will no longer in the future be a significant source of natural gas production. The reason that natural gas is so inexpensive and that we're able to turn it into an export product today is because of the introduction of these new technologies, both with regard to the ability to find natural gas through increased seismic activity and the ability to very efficiently produce it as a result of hydrofracking, horizontal drilling, and other technologies that have come to be. Now, as we look forward to say, what's the likelihood of natural gas production? What you see is on the left, these are various consumption scenarios that are produced by the Energy Information Administration. And you can see that the least unlikely which is the low oil and gas resource and technology. That says that that we're not going to have much of an improvement in the technology that produces oil and gas or that's used to consume it, which is unlikely. The very lowest scenario that we have is kind of a steady state production of natural gas. The other scenarios start at about 30 trillion cubic feet consumed a year and increase sometimes over 40, which is an increase of 10 over 30, which is a 33% increase or more over the next 30 years. When you look at our ability to produce, and these are, if you notice, these scales are denominated on the same dimension from 0 to 60 trillion cubic feet. You'll see that our starting point here in 2020 is about 34 trillion cubic feet, and our starting point in 2020 over here with regard to consumption is only about 30. Now, there's a little bit of natural gas that's consumed in the process of shipping the natural gas to the pipelines and the distribution companies, but that's only about maybe 3 to 3.5% that's used as fuel. So you can see that we already are in a very significant export mode. And as the future evolves, you can see that the ability to export natural gas is going to spread over time. And even in the low oil and gas resource scenario, you can kind of eyeball that. And you can see that there continues to be a substantial, maybe 2 to 3 TCF, trillion cubic feet export capability all the way out through 2050. Let me stop there and see if you have any questions with regard to the Energy Information Administration's thinking about future natural gas consumption or production. Questions, thoughts?
One quick question. So I guess, is it ever thought of instead of, I guess, producing it or exporting it, to just hold on to it for the future, for future security or anything like that?
So natural gas is no longer regulated by the federal government. At one point, and I think that Belton touched on this earlier in his presentation, that the Federal Power Commission also had responsibility for natural gas, and the Federal Power Commission actually regulated the price of natural gas on a cost of service basis, and it did such a miserable job that it actually caused natural gas to come into short supply. So by the time I came into the industry in 1980, one of the main things that natural gas pipelines did was work with their customers to create a curtailment plan so that when natural gas was short in times of high demand, they knew who to turn off first. Now, since the federal government has stopped regulating natural gas prices because it wanted to avoid, number one, the shortages that were occurring because of their inefficient price regulation, and number two, they wanted to make sure that we got on a road to energy independence because they were concerned about us being dependent on particularly Middle East energy resources. The federal government stopped being involved in natural gas price regulation. And since about 1984, 83, we've been in a deregulated market. The federal government would have to step back in and regulate prices in order to depress natural gas production if we were going to conserve it, or they would have to pass an act that basically paid people to conserve their natural gas. So even though it's a substantial national resource, the natural gas is all privately owned. Now, you can step back and think, well, gee, hasn't the federal government kind of done the same thing with corn production over time? The answer is yes. So the federal government has come in and actually paid people not to grow corn, or has created a subsidy where corn has been produced and the federal government has acquired it, stockpiled it, or exported it, or whatever. So it is possible for the government to step in the national interest and take some action to manage a commodity. Based on where we are today, it's really unlikely that the federal government would step in and do something like that with natural gas.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So here's a quick look at where natural gas has been produced and where it is increasing and where it's decreasing. So you can take a look at, we have a number of specific states we'll take a look at, but we're going to take a look at the rest of the United States, and you'll see that it's in decline. So it's declining a little bit. Texas is declining a little bit. The Gulf of Mexico is a traditional, you can kind of see that clearly with the light blue line here, it's declining some. Wyoming was a prolific natural gas producer, it's declining a little bit. Alaska, Oklahoma are traditional natural gas producers. They're modestly increasing. Now, when you take a look at some of these other states, you think Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Ohio, are these traditional natural gas producers? Well, yes, they have been. They're part of that Appalachian Basin that was discovered over 100 years ago that produced mainly oil. There was a fair amount of natural gas production, but what's happened there is that some very prolific shale fields have been discovered. Hydrofracking technology has been applied, and we suddenly have prolific amounts of natural gas being produced there. Here's the map. You'll see the Marcellus Shale. If you don't remember any shale fields other than Marcellus, put Marcellus Shale in your mind. It's the most prolific natural gas producer in the eastern United States, literally all produced through hydrofracking technology. But you can see that there's numerous other shale plays throughout the United States, all of which rely upon hydrofracking and advanced technologies for production. I'll touch on the Bakken field. You see it up at the top here. The Bakken field made history. It was probably about 4 or 5 years ago as a result of a satellite photo from outer space. Did anybody recall what I might be talking about here? I'm going to tell you pretty quick. Anybody take a guess at it? All right, I'm going to tell you. So satellite photo from outer space, and it's the whole United States. And you can see the big cities. You can see New York, and you can see, the Metroplex there. You can see Atlanta and Houston, LA, Chicago. And there is a comparable glow in North Dakota. Well, as the news reporters investigated this, what they found was that there was so much oil being produced up in the Bakken field from hydrofracking technologies. There was a huge amount of associated natural gas, but there was no infrastructure to remove the natural gas. The conservation rules in North Dakota allowed a certain amount of associated natural gas to be flared when produced with natural gas. So all of the oil producers said, well, I'm going to follow the rules and flare this natural gas. They were flaring so much natural gas that it caused a glow comparable to a metro area. Once that situation came to light, rules got changed, infrastructure was built, and interestingly, a fair portion of that natural gas was captured, compressed, and it was moved to gathering pipelines by truck. That's just how insufficient the infrastructure was for natural gas in up that area. Now, oil wasn't a problem because when oil is produced, it's in a liquid state. You put it in a tank, the truck can come pick it up and then take it to a central point. Natural gas, not the case. How about questions about where natural gas is in the United States and the various shale fields that we have? Now, if you remember Amy's presentation, she talked about the transcontinental gas pipeline that runs from the Gulf of Mexico up through Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and on up to the East Coast. Transcontinental is the only natural gas pipeline that serves North Carolina. South Carolina has two, Transcontinental, and has Southern Natural. It kind of comes up in the southern route, sneaks up over here, and comes in the bottom part of South Carolina. Now, Transco is significant because it runs along this Marcellus field here. And Transcontinental, over the past 4 or 5 years, has re-engineered its pipeline so that it actually can be run in two directions. So if there's a sufficient amount of natural gas coming up from the Gulf of Mexico, they can push it a long ways up into New England. But if there's a large amount of natural gas being produced from the Marcellus field that they buy, they can send it on up to New England. They can also push it all the way down into the Carolinas. So this Marcellus field has caused a lot of rethinking with regard to how natural gas is produced, how it flows in the United States. The Marcellus field was also the source of the natural gas that was going to supply the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, which was to come through Virginia, North Carolina, all the way down to the border here. That project was significantly delayed as a result of community and environmental opposition, and it finally reached the point that the project construction had stretched out so long that the demand for natural gas had changed sufficiently, and attitudes with regard to generating power with natural gas had changed sufficiently that the project sponsors, Dominion Energy and Duke Energy, decided that they would cancel that project and in favor of other activity. Let me stop there and see if there's questions. We're going to talk now about how natural gas is produced. You saw in the video that there's a number of different wells. Let's look over at the conventional gas well that's over here on the left side of the screen. The way that natural gas was historically produced is that you drilled a hole straight down and you tried to find one of these reservoir caps. So geology under the ground is uneven, where geology upticks. The lighter material that's below this impermeable surface, so this is a cap, anything below it is contained below it. So if you have liquids or gas, they're a lighter molecular weight, they're going to move up. So gravity is going to push them up, is going to push the heavier stuff down. So what happens is natural gas migrates up, and then oil will sit right underneath there. So very often when oil and natural gas are associated, you'll find that you'll drill a well into the top of this cap, you'll have natural gas, you go a little bit further, you'll have oil. But these were the traditional gas wells. You can think of like when you go to a fast food restaurant and you've got a soft drink and one of those paper cups with a plastic lid on it and a straw. If you were to squeeze that gently, what's going to happen is it's going to bubble up through the straw. Well, what happens is when you put this line down through this cap, there's enough pressure down here that this natural gas is going to come up that pipe just like that soft drink will up that straw. It's finding the least path of resistance to get itself out of this pressure situation. So when both oil and natural gas wells drill, they're tapping into a kind of a cap area where there's a little reservoir of natural gas or oil. Now, the majority of these situations have been found, drilled, produced, exhausted. And what happened even back in the 1980s, 40 years ago, when I was entering the natural gas industry, horizontal drilling technology was being developed. Now, horizontal drilling technology would come down. They figured out a technique where they're able to turn the pipe and keep drilling. And back then, they basically would put some explosive charges down here, and that would be it. They kind of disrupt the geologic strata, loosen things up, and they let the natural gas or oil naturally flow the pipe and flow up. Over time, that's changed, and they have developed additional technologies that once this geology has been stressed, then it can be stimulated and better increase the natural gas flow. I'm gonna take a little side trip just for a moment. We talked about these horizontal wells that are drilled. I'm going to move over to oil to give this example, but it can also happen with natural gas. So let's say that you've got an oil field and maybe a half mile apart, you've drilled your oil wells down. You've gone into these various caps. They're all connected. The reservoir is all connected below this cap rock. And your oil wells are starting to lose pressure. You know, if you take enough drink out of that soft drink through squeezing, you can squeeze pretty hard and no more is going to come out. And that's what happens here. So what the oil producers did was they discovered that they could create some of this artificial pressure by keeping one oil well, the one on the right, open for production, but using the other well to inject, first of all, a couple of different materials that provide a barrier between the oil and the water they're eventually going to inject. So then they would inject water. They'd inject it under pressure. The water pressure would go through the reservoir, push against the oil, and it would push the oil up out of the well that was still in production. Now, subsequently, oil producers have discovered that they can do the same thing with carbon dioxide. So what you find today in Texas and Oklahoma is that there is a network of expanding CO2 pipelines where CO2 is produced as a byproduct from various sources. It's put into the pipeline, it's moved to an enhanced oil recovery area, and that CO2 is injected in, and it's used to put pressure on this oil to further extract the oil from that reservoir. Let me stop there and see if you have questions. All good? We're going to take a closer look at hydrofracking. So hydrofracking employs horizontal drilling. So the well is drilled and it makes a bend. Once it gets to, and you see this is the Marcellus Shale. So once it gets into the shale zone, there's natural gas in this zone right here. Now, I want to make sure that you understand what shale is. Shale is actually a porous rock. Now, if you kind of knock your knuckles on your desk, that's just a little bit more solid than shale. So you're basically drilling into a rock, and that natural gas is in the rock. So you drill your pipe, you move it horizontally. It can actually go for a long ways horizontal. I'm not going to say miles, but it could go for a half mile horizontally. And then what happens is that this pipe has little holes in it. It's permeated. And then water is forced in at a very high pressure. And the water fractures this shale. Because the shale is not like granite. It's a geological structure that is a little bit looser. You put real hard pressure on it, it's going to fracture. So what happens is it fractures, it creates a lot of fissures. And then once those fissures are opened, before the pressure on the geology begins to pull them back together, the producer pumps in a bunch of it's called proppant, but it's like little silica pieces, like sand. So it pushes sand into these fissures. It keeps the fissures open. And then the producer may also force a chemical in there that stimulates the natural gas to move out of the fissures into the pipe. So the hydrofracking takes place in that manner. Eventually the water and the other chemicals are taken out. You can see it's put into a pit. The water and the chemicals are put into a truck. It goes to tanks. They're processed, cleaned up, hauled off. And the well then is situated in natural gas production. Now, typically when you drilled a straight well, you'd think, well, I've drilled a straight well here, or go over a half mile or so, I drill another straight well. That's not how hydrofracking occurs. In hydrofracking, you have a pad of wells that are drilled in the same area because these wells come down and emanate out. So just imagine that you're looking down on a pad and imagine a big circle that extends out for maybe a mile in all directions. And every, let's say 20 degrees in that circle, you have drilled a well and you have directed this pipe out so that when you're looking down now, you have 18 wells on that pad, each one spaced at 20 degrees that covers that entire geology. Now that may be a little thicker than what they do, but that's the idea behind hydrofracking, is where you can operate from one base, keep your equipment in one place, so there's economy with regard to it. And also the technology is fairly inexpensive and effective to use now. Let me stop there and see if you have questions. And I'm going to stop sharing. The reason I got to do this is I've got to change the resolution, and this is the only way it allows me to change the resolution. So we're going to show you another video. This will be a video. Yeah, go ahead.
This is Nick. A question for you. So you showed the picture of the conventional gas drilling and into the pocket. My question would be, once you relieve the pressure that's in that pocket, you leave a void. What's the ramifications of leaving something that in theory was under equilibrium and now you don't have any pressure pushing on the gas?
Hydraulic fracturing, or as it is commonly called.
Okay. All right. So what happens there is that the pressure of the geology continues to push up against and fill in. All right. So as you take the natural gas out, now natural gas was not really holding anything in place of consequence. So if you just think that you had a geologic structure and there's natural gas, it's like having air in it. Take the air out, is anything going to happen? Probably not much. Oil has a little bit heavier molecular structure. So if you take that out, there's a little bit of response that happens into geology. The bigger concern with regard to the geology, and I think they'll touch on this in this video, the bigger concern, Nick, is that hydrofracking is believed to disturb the geology enough that it ultimately has some surface reaction. And there's some science trying to figure that out. Hasn't been conclusively demonstrated yet, but that's the only area where oil and gas production has been thought to have perhaps some consequence with regard to surface-related activity.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, we're going to take a quick look at hydrofracking here.
Hydraulic fracturing, or as it is commonly called, fracking, is a drilling technique used for accessing natural gas and oil in tight geologic formations. The process involves the horizontal, directional drilling of wells, as well as the use of water, sand, and chemicals at high pressures to fracture rock and release hydrocarbons. The hydraulic fracturing process can be summarized into the following steps. A well is drilled vertically to the desired depth, then turns at an angle and continues horizontally for several thousand feet into the formation containing the trapped natural gas or oil. A mixture of water, sand, and chemicals are pumped into the well at high pressure in order to create fissures in the rock, which increase permeability and allow the hydrocarbons to escape. Natural gas or oil is released through the fissures and is drawn back up the well to the surface. Wastewater, also called flowback water or produced water, returns to the surface after the fracking process is completed. The natural gas or oil is collected from the surface and processed, refined, and shipped to market. Water and sand make up 98% of the fluid used in hydraulic fracturing. In addition, chemical additives are used, but the exact formulation varies depending on the well. Because of the advances in the fracking technology, oil and natural gas that were previously unrecoverable are now accessible. This has led to an increase in supply of both oil and gas in the world market and has meant greater energy independence for those countries, such as the United States, that can now access an abundance of these resources. However, the development of fracking has been controversial due to environmental concerns. The process typically requires 11 million liters of water per well, but can vary greatly depending on the characteristics of the geologic formation. Other environmental concerns include contamination of groundwater, depletion of fresh water, and surface pollution in the drilling process. There are also concerns linking fracking to enhanced seismic activity. That's fracking.
All right, so that's hydrofracking. And, next, if we had some time, I was going to talk about coal. I might talk about coal for just about 5 minutes. Everybody still with me? Kelly, am I still good?
Yes, you're fine.
Okay, I'm going to spend about another 5 minutes to take a look at coal.
Okay.
All right, good. All right. Let's just take, let's take a look at this coal video. That'd probably be a good way to give you a quick overview. So I've got to go back in and share and again, get the resolution set properly. Okay. And let's see if we can get coal fired up here.
Okay, so hi everybody. I'm Katie Walton. I'm the communications manager for Siemens Energy in Charlotte. And I'm not sure how many years we've been kind of doing this together with E4, but many, many years. And I was part of the first Emerging Leaders program. So now I'm emerged, but I'm excited for all of you to be participating in this. E4 is a great organization that we love to work with at Siemens. And it's also obviously able to connect all of us, which is really awesome for our region. I'm going to hand it over for the presentation to Hinek Latang. And Hinek has had several roles with the company. And then Hinek, before you turn it over to the video, I think maybe it would be helpful, because I saw a lot of different backgrounds, to maybe just talk about how our products kind of work together. So taking, the fuel and using our components to actually make the power in, 1 or 2 minutes. So Hinek, I'll hand it over to you.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name again is Hinek Latang. I'm the Generator Technical Services Manager here at Siemens. Been here actually about 30 years and have had a lot of different roles. So basically, so at our factory, we basically manufacture the prime mover in one aspect, and then we manufacture the generator in another. So basically, you have either a gas turbine or a steam turbine that serves as the source of the torque of rotational energy. And I think you guys just kind of had a presentation about the discussion of different fuel types, but you have the source of torque, and then that torque is used to rotate basically an electromagnet, or basically a generator, where then current is induced in windings, and then the windings produce the current that goes out in the transformer yard and ultimately goes into your homes. So there's a lot of apparatus, a lot of manufacturing, a lot of technology behind making equipment that in some cases is much larger, than probably 4 or 5 of your living rooms in your house, and rotating, anywhere between 3,000, 3,600 RPM continuously, in some cases for years at a time. So that's kind of what we do. You'll see more of that in the presentation, but that's basically the core competence of our site, is manufacturing the rotating equipment and servicing that equipment as well.
All right. Jess, do you want to cue up the video for us?
And I will say this video is a little bit outdated. It has our old brand. Our new brand is Siemens Energy. So that's in work, but all of this really still applies for us. Thanks.
Siemens supplies the power to over 30% of the world with their equipment. And so as a significant part of that manufacturing network, the components that we supply would power those large-scale power plants. And our equipment is very diverse. So we will be in legacy coal plants. We have legacy gas turbine plants. We also have new high-efficiency gas turbines, steam turbines for the nuclear industry. We're also a heavy player in renewables like wind and solar. So as that energy generation portfolio continues to advance, Siemens is positioned to participate in all of those markets. This site here in Charlotte is the only site in the world that has all of those product lines on one campus, from the large-scale machines down to smaller standalone applications. So you really do get the best of both worlds. You get a small job shop type approach with regards to speed and cost, and you get a large scalable operation with regards to resources and the ability to handle complex problems. Siemens is uniquely positioned to provide engineering resources, planning resources, project management resources, to really help a customer define what that solution looks like and then execute that plan. Our corporate technology team that's co-located here in the factory is developing state-of-the-art technologies like thermal barrier coatings and dimensional changes in gas turbines that provide the highest efficiency machines on the market. And we're able to take those ideas and those technologies from the lab to the production floor seamlessly. We have additive manufacturing machines on site doing prototype and production parts for current applications. We have extensive testing facilities on the site, from lab testing to production testing. We've seen many changes with regards to use of digital tools and how we interface with machines, how we collect data and how we analyze the data, really moving from crisis maintenance to more predictive and preventive maintenance, and doing that in an automated way. Another big change is in our business processes. Being able to automate those tasks is really streamlining our upfront processes. It's leading to better efficiencies, shorter lead times, and improved cost performance. If you look around at the facility, it's obvious the investment level and the attention to detail that the people put in, the pride that they have in making sure that they work in a clean, well-organized factory. The safety is a critical aspect of any operation. We do thousands of hours of training every year. The quality operating system, just as critical as the safety operating system. You'll see the team very well aligned on the objectives and the standards that have to be met, and a really mature culture of stopping and asking questions when something doesn't meet the standards. Our continuous improvement approach here also applies to our environmental operating system, where we strive each year to reduce our carbon footprint. Siemens has a goal of being carbon neutral by 2030, and the Siemens Charlotte Energy Hub is a significant part of that goal. So this location in the future, I think, is well positioned to support that balanced energy portfolio. From a manufacturing capability standpoint, we have the installed capacity and capability to handle just about any energy production need, and also be on the forefront of new products and technologies as we grow our portfolio.
Siemens, ingenuity for life.
Okay, so we prepared kind of an overview presentation that I'm going to go through a little bit about our Charlotte Energy Hub, and there'll be time at the end for some questions. So let me get this queued up here. Let me share my screen.
And as he's doing that, that was Kevin Poet that you saw. And Kevin was the lead person at our site. It's now Brian Maragno, who also is our global head of generators. And we also have some others leading up our various product lines. So just to make that comment. Okay, go ahead, Hynek.
Okay. First off, can everybody see in presentation mode the first slide? Okay, good.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, to kind of start off, so I'll spend just a little bit of time on the overview of the higher level organization, and we'll get into some of the details. So in terms of Siemens Energy, you know, we're a large organization. As you can see there, you know, in more than 90 countries, you talk about the size of the fleet, and kind of what's also noteworthy is, you know, more than 50% of the product portfolio is focused on decarbonization, and obviously that, you know, that's very important in today's world. In addition to that number, there's approximately 90,000 employees in the Siemens Energy side, so it's a fairly large organization. One of the things important to kind of point out in this slide, that kind of is this little cartoon, if you will, is that Siemens Energy really participates in the complete value chain of the energy, I'll say, business. And as you all know, you know, energy is an infrastructure business. It's not a consumer business. It's something that you know, we all purchase, we all use, but we don't really think about it. But there's a major infrastructure behind energy that allows it to be one of these, I'll say, services that you have that is consistently available and at a relatively economical cost. And this depiction here just kind of shows the different areas, for example, that Siemens participates. So I mentioned before the video that that at the Charlotte campus, we're on the generation rotating equipment side. So actually making the, I'll say, the products that actually generate the power, if you will, where kind of that value chain first starts. But you can see there's many considerations that have to be taken into account in terms of the transmission of that power, going into new markets, utilizing known technologies and new technologies, and developing renewables. Also, there are many, I'll say, high-level energy users that are not the traditional, what you would call maybe the power plants, but industrial applications like chemical processing plants, like petroleum refineries, fracking. I think I didn't see the full video, but you know, fracking in itself, you can imagine the pressurization that you have to do with these chemicals to get that fracture in the ground. That's a very energy intensive process. So that demands a lot of energy to be able to do that. So all of these things, as well as kind of that cutting edge, looking forward of how are we going to get away from being able to, I'll say, generate energy and not have to burn something that causes carbon, is also the goal. And that's where you see like new energy businesses, and you may have heard the term like hydrogen and so forth. And what's very important to us is that realizing that we touch kind of every segment of that energy infrastructure, that there's a level of responsibility that comes with that. And that responsibility being that at the most fundamental level, a society needs reliable, cost-effective energy to function. There's slightly less than a billion people in the world that do not have reliable, and in some cases, do not have any access to electricity. That's kind of hard to imagine. And this was a while ago that I read some statistics, but it really shocked me to hear just something as simple as, maybe for all of us when we got up this morning, maybe you went to your refrigerator to get some orange juice or something like that. The percentage of people, the number of people really that have no access to refrigerated food. Now that's kind of hard to believe, but there's a significant number that do not have that access because they don't have access to energy or electricity. So we take that very seriously, and that's another reason that they're looking at that entire value chain of how energy is made, how it's distributed, and specifically how we can bring certain technologies to certain parts of the world where you're not going to have that big transmission line infrastructure, and it's not going to be available in any kind of short period of time. So how do we get energy to those areas of the population where you have those types of, I'll say, barriers? And so there's a lot of, I'll say, people that are focused on innovating and doing R&D exercises in each of these various areas. And we kind of compartmentalize them into what you see on this slide: demand growth, digitalization, decentralization, and decarbonization. Now, some of them kind of are self-explanatory. But one of the ones I want to spend just a little bit of time on is on the digitalization topic. With so much data and so much exchange of information that can take place extremely efficiently, that's where we're putting a lot of emphasis on how we can, operate power plants, how we're able to, transfer best practices, look at trends, share knowledge and understanding very, very quickly and efficiently across different organizations. One of the things that I like to think of is, yes, it's a business, and it's a competitive business, but at the same time, we want to make sure that the knowledge base of what is available to effectively provide energy to the societies of the world, that is made readily available. And there's a lot of folks that are working on to ensure just kind of that objective for us. Decarbonization. So this is an area that is kind of interesting. Obviously, it's new technology, and when you really think about it, I kind of use a little example that a lot of other industries, this is kind of my own little take on it, is you've had technological evolutions happen. For example, in the electronics industry, and I like to use this example where you went from vacuum tubes, you went to transistors, to semiconductors, and then ultimately to like miniaturization, which allows us to have the cell phones and things like that. But in energy production, ever since I think it was Parsons in the late 1800s that came up with the rotational torque, rotating a dynamo and then generating electricity, other than different types of materials and so forth, and blade designs and conductors and that sort of thing, it's still been that technology. It has still been, you have to rotate something, you have this magnet, and you're going to induce a current. And really now, with the advancement of the renewables, with the solar and geothermal, many years back, and now with the wind power, that's kind of that first major technological, I'll say, generational change that is happening in this industry that has happened in many other industries many decades prior. So it's a challenging time. It's also a bit of an exciting time. And when you look to the far right on the slide and you see the little note there, it says, 15 megawatts, and that's a significant amount of power. And when you think that you can generate, with the proper environmental conditions, 15 megawatts of energy and not have to burn anything, and it's just available. In other words, there is no fuel cost to generate that 15 megawatts. I find that pretty amazing. So kind of building on that. So we as a high level organization, we recognize that there are different types of customers that we need to service, that we need to provide solutions for. And notice we use the word solutions more so than products, because the products are complicated. Energy production is complicated. It's not a simplistic type of process or even business process. There's a lot of regulations. There's a lot of government involvement. Obviously, environmental concerns. So it's very much a complex business. So we are in the business of really trying to provide, overall solutions to what are the challenges in your particular region. What are your particular goals? And that's where we divide up the different types of customer bases into the large power plant type of products, the distributed, which is more of what I would say the industrial type users, and then just looking at the kind of the overall solutions for, I have a 30-year-old power plant. I still have some significant CapEx investment. Yes, it does utilize coal. What can I do with this asset to give it another 30 to 50 years return on investment, knowing what's going to be happening with the environmental requirements? And that's where we kind of get into the solutions of modernizations, what technologies are available, and so forth. So we like to partner with our customers. We understand we have a fairly, in this industry, it's a big industry, but it's a fairly small customer base. Unlike consumer products where you have, tens of millions of customers per se, we know who our customers are, and it's the same customers. The energy customers is a very kind of a special group throughout the world, and we've gotten to know those customers, and they've gotten to know us, and I think we have a lot of transparency in being able to try to figure out their needs as well as learn from them as well what we can do better. So at the Charlotte Hub, so what do we kind of focus on here in Charlotte? So I mentioned, we are a production facility, but we do have engineering on site. We have some R&D activity on site. We have design work that gets done on site. And then we also have a metallurgical lab. So we really touch all the disciplines necessary to really define the product. So we kind of boil that together with, how do we take this diverse skill set and this, what we term a fairly diverse product set, where we have the large equipment on the generator side, and the steam turbine side, and the gas turbine side, and all the components, a lot of different things coming together. How do we boil that into our objective? So I want to, read that to you. It's right in front of you there. But our vision statement: Siemens Charlotte ensures customers are advocates by partnering to provide fast, flexible, and reliable solutions, together unmatched. So you kind of see what I was kind of building up to, is that it's really about what is that solution and partnering with that customer, not just selling them a gas turbine, a generator, a combustion turbine, a row of blades, or really understanding what challenges do you have now, what are you going to have in the future, and how can we kind of partner with you to help with those challenges and ultimately build that business relationship, on more solid footing year after year after year. So what we do at the plant is, we manufacture large steam turbines. We can service large steam turbines, and servicing turbines basically involves, if you look at the picture on the left, you have basically there a cylinder, or really the half shell of a cylinder, if you will. You see all the studs that are sticking up, and you can probably imagine that there's another casing that fits right on top of that doesn't have studs. It has all the holes in it, and those studs go through the holes, and then there's fasteners that get put on the other end. And typically for steam turbine service, you replace blades and you replace seals. Now, I mentioned earlier that the technology, was based on a principle of rotating torque, a dynamo, and I mentioned, late 1800s. So you may ask the question, well, that kind of looks like it's going to be something that's rotating. It has blades. Steam is going to pass through it. So what is kind of the big deal about that? The big service? Well, even though the principles are the same, I would tell you that the intellectual property of that particular product is the design of the blades, the angles of curvature on that blade airfoil design, the sealing design, the materials that are used for the shroud, the materials that are used for the blade, and in fact, the materials that are used for the forging for that matter. So that's where you can imagine this is a thermodynamic cycle. So you're trying to extract as much work out of that steam as possible, because you have steam that is flowing through this, and you used a fuel in most cases. I mean, there are some solar units that actually heat the steam with solar, which is kind of innovative. But for the most part, you're burning something, or a nuclear reactor. So you're using a fuel to generate that steam, and that steam, you want to make sure you get every last ounce of rotational energy out of that you possibly can before it has to go back in condenser and then go back around. And that's where modernizations and service is focused on. Is there updated blade designs that capture more energy? Is there updated seal materials or seal designs that I'll say reduce my my losses around the stationary components? So there's a lot of that around turbine service, as well as just fixing repairs. Some of these units come in, and I'm not exaggerating, they may be 50 years old, and they're still running, they're still generating power, and they need to be maintained, and the customers elect to continuously maintain those. So we have a fairly wide portfolio of services that we perform. The exact same happens on the gas turbine side, but it's a bit more active, because on the gas turbine, which is a picture on the right, on the exhaust end of a gas turbine, if you think of a gas turbine, it's very much like an aircraft engine, where you have, like, think of on an airplane wing, the front of the aircraft engine is the compressor that's, it's sucking the air in, if you will, compressing it. And in the middle of that shaft length, there is fuel that's introduced, and there's a combustion process, and then the combustion gases exit out what's termed the turbinate. Where aircraft engines, you rely on that to provide you thrust in the, I'll say, application for power plants. You rely on that exhaust gas velocity to provide you basically rotational energy as it reacts against the turbine end blades. And the real science of these is the turbine end blades, the melting point of those alloys is typically lower than the temperature of the exhaust gases that are flowing through. So you may ask, well, how is that even possible? Well, there's pretty significant thermo barrier type coatings on these blades, as well as very intricate cooling holes through the blades. So the cooling system on these is very, very critical, but things do burn up. And so the service business on gas turbines or combustion turbines, however you term them, is pretty vibrant, because, since you are in this combustion environment, things are going to burn. And, for the past, I don't know how many years, probably a decade or so, with the relatively low price of natural gas, the fuel of preference has been natural gas, which is very clean burning. But there were times that combustion turbines were burning fuel oil and other kind of heavy fossil fuels that had nowhere near the cleanliness of natural gas. So you can imagine the wear factor on the internals, which was much higher, and then the service needs were higher. The third picture is just showing that we manufacture some of the, I'll say, really critical components. In this case, what you're looking at, those are the combustor baskets, and those are actually part of the gas turbine, and that's where kind of that fuel and air mix and then combustion takes place. So this is really, that sees a lot of heat and sees a very caustic, I'm sorry, caustic's not the right word, but sees a very demanding physical environment to be able to operate in. And then finally on the right is the electric generator. And what you see there is just basically the core of the generator without the housing, without the rotor installed. And this is, again, all of this work is done in Charlotte, and all the servicing of any of these components is done there as well. So in terms of, how we look at ourselves in terms of what is important to us on a daily basis, you heard the mention of safety. That's very important in terms of the zero harm, and I'll get into that briefly. the people that we have, I'll say the intellectual property, that's very important. Being focused on lead time, cost, and then, having to be innovative. That's to be in this business, you have to be innovative, and especially now in the current energy environment. The history of the Charlotte facility, it was first opened in 1969, and basically, I won't read all this stuff, I'll let you kind of scan through it, but basically it was originally built as a nuclear steam turbine, low pressure cylinder manufacturing facility, where basically we manufactured low pressure steam turbines for nuclear applications. At that time, prior to 3 Mile Island, there was a really great demand for nuclear energy, and there was a lot of thought, with it being clean, with it being literally abundant, without any, how should I say it, any issues of fuel usage, that it was kind of thought to be really kind of that next tier of energy is going to be generated this way on a mass scale throughout the country. And when there was the accident at 3 Mile Island, you can look up the details on that on the internet, that really stopped the nuclear industry. And since that point, you can see that our business has changed in Charlotte in terms of the different types of energy businesses and products that we have added. And so we've really demonstrated a lot of flexibility over the years of being able to adjust to changes in customer demand, because ultimately that's what you have to do, is focus on, what does the customer need? And, we're going through one of those changes right now is with the, I'll say the decarbonization. That's a really big thing, and that's very important. And that's also something that, it's changing the landscape. So this is just some kind of photos on the right, but there's no way that you could have a facility that would have gone through these kinds of, I'll say, intellectual property changes over this time without a very capable and flexible workforce. And that's both on whether it's blue collar, white collar, doesn't matter, to be able to do this. And that's one of the testaments that it's kind of a special campus to be able to have done that for so long and to be so flexible. Very briefly on the zero harm, these are some things, and I mentioned that we partner with our colleagues in the customer side, the utilities, and we learned a great deal. I'm not going to do this as a plug because there's some folks on here from there, but I'm going to say it, that we learned a great deal about the management of safety and human performance from our colleagues at Duke Energy. And this goes back many, many years ago. And, we've taken learnings from Duke, we've taken learnings from Exelon and our own, and we've coupled them, and we've just developed this kind of zero harm principle concept. And you can kind of see here, and this is very important to how we kind of view ourselves and how we operate on a daily basis. And it's really paid us dividends in terms of our OSHA rate that we have at the facility. For those of you who don't know, OSHA rate is where you log. It's a statistic of how many injuries you have per X number of working hours. And obviously, the lower the rate, the better you are, the safer you are running as a facility. So the target for us, of course, is 0. So zero harm kind of coincides with our target of the 0 for the OSHA rate. The other thing that we like to think of ourselves in Charlotte is we're a very, and this is the word I use, we're a very self-critical organization. We make mistakes just like anybody else, but we utilize that mistake as something that we really are going to focus heavily on how we can learn from it and what we can do to put a safety net into that process or into that issue so that exact same mistake cannot happen the next time. And with doing so, you have to be transparent. You have to be willing to be self-critical. And at times, that may not be that easy. But if you focus that the end result of that is you're going to have reduced non-conformance costs, you're going to have better first-time yield or first-time quality. You're going to have less, we call them quality escapees. And quality escapees is really bad, and it's something that we measure, is when we say something is A-OK and it's ready to ship and it goes through our inspections and has the shipping sticker and goes on a railroad car or truck or whatever, goes out the door, and then the utility or the customer finds something wrong with it, That's treated pretty serious and we call that a quality escapee. That means it has escaped our quality system and it got detected by the customer. And so we're very, very, I'll say, formal on how we analyze those quality escapees. And we keep metrics that any customer, anybody's really welcome to look at. We have these on boards in the factory. I know now with the COVID that nobody sees much of that, but during normal tours, I could show you, hey, this is our quality escapee rate for this year. This is what it was last year. And you can see, are we doing better this year? Are we doing worse? You know, we're very transparent to kind of show, you know, what our trend is so that we can take action on it. But that's really key is I think to quality is you have to use that word. You've got to be willing to be self-critical. Here just very briefly, I mentioned about the sustainability. You know, we take that very seriously. We've done a lot of things, and I'm not going to read this slide, but I'm just going to mention that one of the kind of interesting things to me, and I've worked at that site for most of my 30 years, but I've been in a few different other locations I've worked at and then gravitated back. Oops, excuse me. And we're one of the first sites to install, and if you've ever been inside the site into the main plant, to install LED lights throughout the entire factory, which was one of the first kind of large organizations to do that. I mean, now LED lights is really kind of commonplace, but back then that was a bit unusual and a fairly big changeover. And it made I don't have the numbers to quote, but it was a pretty massive difference in electrical costs between using the I think they were mercury vapor lamps, if I remember right, versus the LED lights that we put in. And it was about, I think, around 600,000 square feet of lighting that was done. So it was pretty substantial. And again, other projects, not quite that big, but other projects are constantly looked at of how we can reduce our carbon footprint. Then on the side of people, you know, we have around 1,300 employees, as you can see there. One of the things that kind of to highlight your attention is, don't know how much you follow skilled trades, but one of the things that we really don't have really that good in the United States is in the high school world, we really don't have a good fork in the road for folks who are interested in working with their hands and really have that as a desire. There's really not that avenue of how you go about doing that efficiently. There used to be decades ago, but they kind of went away. And Europe has an excellent model for that. And if you really think about it, you know, whether you work with your hands or don't work with your hands, each of those vocations are equally important and equally critical to society. And we found that that was deficient here when we were trying to recruit for new machinists, especially you know, machinists in our type of industry. So we partnered with CPCC locally and utilized the model that we see in Germany in their trade schools, which are very formalized. And we basically developed this apprenticeship program where we have students right outside of high school basically interview and come in. And if they're granted an apprenticeship, they basically are working for Siemens and they're going into school. They're being paid while they're working. They're also being paid while they're going to school. We then also pay for the schooling. And then you can see you graduate basically with a 2-year degree and a journeyman certificate. And also you have a position with us at Siemens. And that really kind of gives you a very clear-cut model of someone that wants to work with the hands, wants to work in the trades. How do you get a nice accelerated, concentrated path to get that skill set to put you in a good jumping off point to get you into a large organization that needs and values those skills? So we place a real premium on that, and that's a currently, whether it's COVID or not, doesn't matter. That's still an active program, you know, at our site. We participate in the community. We do a lot of outreach. These are just some examples, you know, kind of have listed here. But you know, we have been in Charlotte for a long time. You know, I said we're in for infrastructure business, so we do feel a sense of tie to the community. And there's a lot of good people in Siemens that take a leadership role in being on different committees and so forth outside of work with community type of activities. So I wanted to, hopefully I left a little bit of time at the end. Normally we would have a plant tour. You know, you could see everything and be a lot different than obviously a set of slides. But hopefully this kind of give you a little bit of an overview. So in summary, we have the Charlotte campus. We manufacture steam turbines, gas turbines, electric generators. We have all the engineering disciplines basically there working together, and are going through very much, I'll say, the dynamics of the decarbonization portfolio as the rest of the industry is, and are kind of anticipating what the future will look like. So any questions, and I apologize if I went over the time.
No, you're actually doing great. You guys have till about 2:15 really. Katie, is there anything you'd like to add? You think that was a great presentation, or is there any questions?
Yeah, and I think this whole program that they're going through, you're going to be exposed to a lot of different things. And is the leadership development still a part of that?
Yes, it is. They had their leadership day yesterday,
Great.
and then they do content on Wednesdays.
Okay, I thought so. So yeah, even if you guys have questions about, leadership styles or different things like that, we're happy to try to answer those kind of questions if you have nothing further on, the equipment side of things.
All right, welcome back, everybody. The coal video does work. I'm going to spend about 5 minutes on coal because there's a particular issue with coal that I want to leave with you before we move on to looking at how natural gas is used to make electricity. So the coal video works this time. We're going to play it.
Coal is a black or dark brown combustible rock made primarily of carbon. It was formed millions of years ago when ferns, plants, and trees died and fell into swamps. The swamp conditions prevented the organisms from decaying completely, and after millions of years of intense heat and pressure, coal was formed. Coal is classified into 4 main types or ranks based on carbon and heat content: lignite, subbituminous, bituminous, anthracite. The general rule is that the higher the grade of coal, the cleaner it burns and the more versatile its uses. Coal is extracted from the earth through underground mining or surface mining. The choice of mining method is largely determined by the geology of the coal deposit and its distance from the surface. Underground mining currently accounts for a larger share of world coal production than surface mining. Coal can be burned for heating or to produce electricity. To convert thermal coal to electricity, it is first milled to a fine powder, which increases the surface area and allows it to burn more quickly. The hot gases and heat energy produced from combustion converts water into steam to run a turbine and generator. High-quality coal is also a useful raw material. For example, it can be converted to coke for steelmaking. Coal can also be converted to liquid or synthetic gas by advanced chemical processes, making it a possible but costly replacement for natural gas or liquid fuels for transportation. Coal is a highly abundant and cheap energy resource. Coal has powered the industrialization of many nations over history and continues to today. It is a big player in today's energy system, providing 40% of the world's electricity. One major concern with coal is the mining practices used to extract the resource. Ecological impacts and human safety issues, both for workers and neighboring communities, are growing concerns for the industry. Coal is the most CO2-intensive fossil fuel when combusted because it is composed largely of carbon. Coal also contains other elements that cause pollution problems, including sulfur, nitrogen, mercury, and heavy metals. SOx is a leading cause of acid rain, and NOx emissions contribute to smog. In addition, particulates from coal combustion can be harmful to human health. Concerns about climate change from greenhouse gas emissions have put a spotlight on coal plants and have prompted the development of clean coal technologies like carbon capture and storage. That's coal.
David, I have a quick question.
Yep, go ahead.
Could you explain how is coal unique with steel production? It's a coke. I didn't understand what that's about.
Actually, you may have heard of high carbon steel.
Okay.
So actually, coal in the coking process it contributes to the composite of the steel, not just the heating and melting of the product. So it's like there's, part of the coal process, part of the coal combustion and coking process also is part of making the steel. It's not just the heat. So it's like natural gas is a contributor to ammonium fertilizer. So the CH4 goes in, and I think ammonium fertilizer is like NH something. And,
Okay, so it's a part of the component, the end component.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting about coal in the steelmaking process is that coal also can provide a majority of the heat needed for steel. Not that it is anymore. Natural gas typically is provided, or electricity, like an electric arc steel mill.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So Google coking and high carbon steel, and you'll get a better answer than what I just gave you, which was pretty general. So as we look at coal, you saw in the video that coal has a number of pollutants that are released upon oxidation. You'll see nitrogen, which produces nitrogen oxide, carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and all of these contribute to some kind of environmental atmospheric pollution. And you'll see that carbon only has 75%, or coal has only 75% carbon content, and the remaining 25%, for the most part, is stuff that we don't want in the environment. And you'll see this green chunk up here, ash is 10%. We're going to take a look at that a little bit closer. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to touch on coal, because it's an issue with regard to power production right now. So let me run through these slides pretty quick. We've talked about the combustion process. When coal burns, oxidizes, it creates CO2 when heat's released, but it also releases all of this other stuff that's bound into the coal material. It releases ash. In combustion, it makes nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, and carbon dioxide. Here's where coal's produced, and this may be surprising to you, but if you take a look from the year 2000 onward, and we like to think of coal as being produced in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Appalachia. If you start at the bottom here, the blue, burgundy, and green lines are Appalachia. And you can see that Appalachia no longer dominates coal production. The areas that dominate coal production now are the orange, which is Montana, the kind of grayish area, which is Wyoming, a huge coal producer right now. Look at 2020, you see that Wyoming produces about as much coal as everybody else. And then the rest of the western area. So if you just kind of eyeball this chart, the western areas run from maybe about 500 million tons up to, that's about 1,100 million tons. So it's more than half that come from the western area. Now keep that in mind as we walk through here a minute, so you can see where it is. Now, I want you to also put in your mind that all coal is not alike. The anthracite and semi-anthracite, you see little deposits of green here. This is the coal that's used in the high carbon steel processes, Jim. So it's a very high quality, relatively clean coal. The yellow is the coal that we have liked to burn in our power plants. It's the medium to high volatility bituminous coal. It has some ash, some pollutants, but it's got a lot more carbon content. As we move west, and remember, west now produces more than half our coal. As we move west, we're now with subbituminous coal for the most part, and lignite. And a slight exaggeration with regard to lignite is that lignite is pretty close to dirt that's got some carbon content. It's relatively low grade. We're going to skip mining because we saw that in the video. We're going to take a quick look at where coal is produced. So again, Wyoming is a huge producer of coal. You'll see Montana, North Dakota, Colorado. You'll see West Virginia is still very strong, as is Pennsylvania. And then you got some Midwestern states, Illinois and Kentucky. But Wyoming is a huge producer of coal right now compared to the other states. Here's what's happening with our coal types. Anthracite, the real high quality coal, has dropped down to very little production. Bituminous, which has been the mainstay of power plant fuel, is dropping off, and you see subbituminous since the 70s has ramped up to the point to where it's equal in production to bituminous coal, and with the decline of coal, it's starting to fall off. But here you see in the 80s and the 90s and beyond the rise of lignite coal, green. All right, here's the important chart. So when you take a look at this chart, you'll see anthracite. This is our high quality coal. You can see the heat content, 13 to 15,000 BTUs. Let's go to the other end of lignite, between 4,000 and 8,300. So you can see that it's maybe half the BTU content per pound of anthracite coal. It's still roughly about half the content of bituminous coal that we typically burn in our power plants. Now, let's go down here and take a look at ash. So with ash, bituminous will have 3 to 12%. Take a look at lignite. It has 3 to 4 times the amount of ash contained in it as compared to bituminous. So run the math. If you are having to begin to burn lignite coal as opposed to bituminous coal, because lignite, is part of what's being produced now. If you burn lignite, you have to burn twice as much to realize the same heat content as you would bituminous. So you have to burn twice as much, and it has 3 times as much ash. So that means that for every pound of lignite that you're burning, well, let me say this. You got to burn 2 pounds of lignite for 1 pound of bituminous to get the same heat content. And those 2 pounds of lignite are going to produce 6 times the ash as 1 pound of bituminous. I think that's a fair representation. So the ratio on a BTU basis is 6 times the ash production at the same BTUs. That's the issue with our changing coal production in the United States. Let me stop there, see if you've got questions about coal. Here's a quick look at where it's consumed. You can see that residential use has dropped down to 0. A little bit of industrial use right now, primarily the anthracite, very high quality, precise use of it. The majority of it is dedicated to electric power production. And that's why coal-fired electric power production in the United States is targeted, in part because of that phenomenon I just described, that increasingly we're relying upon lower grade coal that produces more CO2 for BTU that we burn, and a lot more ash. Here's a quick look at the states that consume coal. You can see Texas is a leader. Texas has a lot of coal-fired power generation. And then logically, Illinois, Missouri, Indiana, Kentucky, they're in the coal belt, as is Pennsylvania, Ohio. And you look down here, you can see North Carolina. We're pretty close to Appalachia. So at one point, we were using a respectable amount of coal to generate power. And you can see that this is between 2007 and 15. So over 8 years, North Carolina was able to reduce its coal consumption by half. If you look down here a little bit further, South Carolina uses even less. It has more reliance on nuclear. It reduced its reliance about half. Here's just a quick look at where coal is moving today. You can see we produce coal, it goes offshore, and it goes down to South America, and it goes to the Far East. Interesting is that Australia and Indonesia are the world's largest coal producers. They're also the world's largest uranium producers. So huge mineral concentration for some reason over here in Australia and Indonesia. All right, so there's your quick dip into coal. I took a little bit longer than what I wanted. Let's take a look at central power generation. So as you take a look at the United States, you'll see everybody has a different approach to the fuel mix for power generation. If you take a look into, and let me just do a quick recap on this. The light gray is natural gas, the dark gray is coal, the pink is nuclear, the blue is wind, light blue is wind, the dark blue is hydro, and the yellow is solar. So there's a quick look. So when you look into North Carolina, you can see that we have a nice little chip of yellow there for solar, got some hydro. The pink is nuclear, the dark gray coal, light gray natural gas. You look at South Carolina, you'll see a more dominant part of their profile in nuclear. As you look elsewhere, for example, if you look into Wyoming, mainly coal. Montana, a big chunk of hydro, more than half coal. Yeah, and as I said, I will provide you this deck. And in fact, I sent you all email during this morning's session from the all material we had yesterday. Interesting look at Hawaii is the black here is oil. So you can see why Hawaii wants to move to solar. They've been burning oil to make electricity for some time. Figures that you see in this deck are from the Energy Information Administration. So you can Google the name at the top, power generation fuel mix by state, and add to it Energy Information Administration. Often this image will pop up in Google for you. All right, I think we've seen this one before. This just simply shows nationally where we are with regard to fuel consumption. The chart on the right is the Carolina energy mix. This is combined North Carolina, South Carolina. So if we start at the bottom, you'll see we've got a chip of hydro like the rest of the nation does. Our yellow is solar. So, they're a little green here, other renewables. So you can see we're ahead of the pack a little bit there. Our orange here is their kind of burgundy color. So this is our nuclear. And then there's coal, then natural gas. So you can see that we're kind of about average with regard to the nation's coal use. We're above average on nuclear. We're below average on natural gas. And we're below average on natural gas in part because our states made a decision to rely more on nuclear, this bigger orange chip at the bottom. But also, we do not have as much natural gas interstate pipeline service as do other states. North Carolina has just one line running through it. South Carolina has the same line, but it also has the end of the Southern Natural pipeline that comes into it. And then our petroleum use is about comparable to that in the United States. So here's a look at North Carolina power production. The main thing to do is to look down at this bar chart at the bottom. You'll see natural gas is the principal fuel, followed by nuclear and then coal. However, non-hydroelectric renewables is pretty strong, nearly a gigawatt. And if you take a look at the yellow dots on this map, that is a snapshot of where solar is. This is also an interactive US DOE Energy Information Administration map. Same map for South Carolina, again, different bar chart. You'll see nuclear is their dominant and then natural gas followed by coal. And if you look at South Carolina at this point, this is probably a 2018 map, you'll see that not many yellow dots. So South Carolina is just now getting downstream with regard to various policies that can promote solar there. This is just a quick fun look for those of you that are in Virginia. See mainly natural gas and some nuclear. Those of you that are in Illinois, mostly nuclear and just a little bit of natural gas, coal. And then those of you that are in the District of Columbia, it's all non-hydroelectric renewables. It's all solar. And that's because literally all of your power is made outside the district and brought in. So these charts just simply show what's produced within your geographic area. So it's kind of a fun chart to look at for DC. Yep, we're totally solar powered. Well, that's not true. The only power we generate within the district is solar, and that's a fact. All right, now we're going to get into some details about central power generation. And when utilities plan the types of generating facilities that they will have within their portfolio, they have to understand what is the base load that operates within their service area. What's the amount of power that is always in demand? And the utilities will configure a particular portion of their generating portfolio to address that. Then they figure out, what's the load following capacity that we need? And this is the load that kind of moves up and down throughout the day, kind of in the shoulder periods, ramps up, ramps down. And that requires a a different kind of power plant operation. Sometimes part of your base load can be handled by that, these power plants that load follow. But for example, if you have a coal plant, it takes a while to bring that coal plant up to temperature so that it's running properly. So you may want to run part of your coal plant at base load and use another part of your power plant to load follow. Natural gas can operate in the same capacity, but also natural gas has combustion turbines that you can fire up and can basically take from cold start to production in a relatively short period of time. And then you have peaking capacity. Peaking capacity being handled in part by some of your more flexible load following. It can be handled by combustion turbines. Also, interestingly, peaking capacity can be handled by hydro, where hydro can anticipate the peak. You can open the spillways, let the hydro turn, and hydro doesn't need to warm up, or it doesn't need to be continually fired. It can turn off and turn on with reasonable lead times. So you can see that when a utility thinks about what kind of power do I need to provide, it thinks about the different types of power generation that it has to have. Here's a typical look at the different.
David, could you repeat? Base load is typically generated by which type of generation?
Base load. So nuclear will be a utility's preferred source for base load because they like to turn the nuclear plants on and basically run them at high capacity, except when they come down for servicing. Then your load following capacity has traditionally been from coal plants and natural gas plants, where they'll keep them warm, but they'll cycle them up and down to follow that load. And then peaking can come from hydro and from combustion turbines. Now I will mention this, that load following has become the responsibility of some nuclear plants. So some of the folks, I think we got one person on from Framatome right now, they can attest that these nuclear plants have been retuned so that a part of their generating capacity can now load follow, which traditionally the utilities didn't like to do that. So as we begin to take a look, we're going to take a quick look at who contributes to load, and you'll see here is commercial. You can see that commercial has a peak. You can see that residential has a peak, and you'll see that industrial runs somewhat steady state, a little bit lower at night. Agricultural, same. So if you look up here, this total demand, you'll see that the total demand has a shoulder in the early morning hours, comes up in the morning, comes up to an extended peak during the day. So this is from about 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., and then it trails off at night and into the early morning hours. So just kind of keep that peak in mind as we look at some things now. So now, this is the average annual, all right? Here is when we take a look at individual months. You see that months are very different. So here's July, the bright green line, and it's characterized by a great deal of air conditioning load, space conditioning, okay? You can see that peak is very different from that one. When you take a look at the shape of the lines. A lot more differentiation between the dip here to early mornings and the extended summer afternoon peak. On the contrary, when you take a look at January, you see January actually has a morning shoulder, and that's their winter peak. And then it drops down during the day, and then it's got an evening shoulder that is about the same. So you can see that the requirements of servicing the power load in January is very different from that in July. So you're beginning to appreciate now these utilities that are providing power to the grid have a pretty good challenge as we go from month to month. And they've got a pretty good challenge as we take into account the different types of generating that we have and the jobs that it has to do. All right, now we're going to go one more slide, and we're going to take a look at how an overall load stack is built by particular utility. Okay, so we're going to start at the bottom and work up. So this is a typical day, 24 hours, that a utility has built-in load. All right, so here we have laid in purchase power. It's just there all the time. We buy it, and it comes onto our system from somebody else. Here we have next nuclear. And you can see the nuclear is set in there at a fairly steady level. It comes up a little bit during the peak. So they're using nuclear to peak a little bit. Here's cogeneration. Cogeneration sits in there, kind of like baseload. And then we bring in a little bit of hydro at the peak. So we use a little bit of hydro for peaking. And then here's coal. So you can see coal is load following a little bit. It's kind of low here in the early morning hours, and it expands up a little bit during the peak. Here is a combined cycle natural gas. And you see combined cycle natural gas is pretty flexible. We're moving this all around. This is combustion turbine natural gas. Combustion turbine natural gas is kind of late in here, but it's even more flexible. Now, this pink area up here is someone else's solar. This is all the solar developers that are connected to the system. And what you'll see is that as solar comes on, the other utilities generation is depressed. So if you recall when Belton visited with you earlier this morning, he said that under the Public Utility Regulatory Policy Act, when third-party power is connected to the utility as a qualifying facility, the utility must accept all of the electrons that they produce. So as these solar developers have connected power to the grid, the utilities have to take all this power. So they have to back off their own generating facilities in order to take in this power. Now, we're going to take a look further and see what happens in some of these instances. Here is a multi-day period. You'll see this is an actual period, January 2018, where we run from the 1st of January to the end of January. And this is a particular portion that was served by 3 different types of facilities. Combined cycle combustion turbines, which is the bottom layer here, and you can see they kind of base loaded that in. Here's a coal steam plant, and you can see how they ran it day to day. This is probably a number of plants here that they ran in combination. And then here's a single cycle combustion turbine. So you can see that when it got really cold, here's a polar vortex, they ran those combustion turbines. But then as it got warmer, they turned them off because they're really expensive to run. So when they took their coal production down, they probably had 3 or 4 plants running here. We'll take a look at that in a minute. And then, they bring the plants back up as the weather got colder. Okay, now we're going to take a look at individual plants. You'll look in here and you'll see here's the key. So you have the Roxborough plant, the Blues Creek, Marshall, Cliffside, Allen, Mayo, Asheville, and Edgecombe. Down below is a different portfolio of plants. All of these are operating in January of 2018. So I can't quite see the top up here. There's a legend up there. So this is the combustion turbines at the top. And you can see here's the polar vortex, and you can see all the different combustion turbines that they brought on and how they used them. Then next, they were load following with coal. And then finally, they have their natural gas combined cycle, which is a lot more efficient to run. It's less expensive to run in coal. So you see they tend to base load their combined cycle natural gas plants, and they're load following with their coal plants. But they're keeping, see, they never did shut all their coal plants off. They're for the most part, looks like they shut Mayo off here for a little bit. But for the most part, you're keeping their coal plants warm so they can fire them back up when it gets cold. And they're using their natural gas plants primarily for baseload. Let me stop there, see if anybody have any questions about how a utility thinks through its portfolio, and then how the utility manages that portfolio in various temperature situations. Anybody? All right, I'm going to move on to the next thing. This just simply gives you a quick look again at the forecast for how utility generation from all fuels, electric generation by all fuels, is going to play out over time. And this is a stack chart. It shows you the absolute amount of kilowatt hours that are generated and the fuel that's used. And you'll see that we're at 2020 right now, going to 2020. You see that coal has shrunk It's been cut in half in about 7 years. Natural gas has grown. You see this green non-renewable hydro, that's primarily solar, that has grown. Nuclear has stayed steady, hydro has stayed steady. You go over here and you look at the 100% stack, you'll see how coal has shrunk, natural gas has grown, and renewables, primarily solar, has grown. How about any questions with regard to these two charts as far as how our electric fuel portfolio is evolving? And this is a national look. Okay, now we're going to look at power generation, and we're going to look primarily at natural gas. So the orange bar represents percentages. Well, you know, a stack from top to bottom. So if you look at Georgia here, from the top of Georgia to the bottom of Georgia, that represents 100% of the fuel that goes into electric generation. So if you look over here at Rhode Island, you'll see that Rhode Island is nearly 100% natural gas for power generation. If you look at Wyoming, you'll see that Wyoming is nearly 100% coal for power production. If you look at Hawaii, you'll see that Hawaii is probably close to 70% oil. So this stack chart, you know, when I went to the interactive graphic, I clicked on natural gas and it stacked everybody up from the highest natural gas user to the lowest. And if you kind of scan through here, you'll find that North Carolina sits right here. We're kind of a little bit above the middle. South Carolina sits down here, a little bit below the middle. So you can see where people rely heavily upon natural gas for electric production. Here is where natural gas-fired power plants exist. There's a lot of them. And if you follow this line through Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, up the East Coast, why do you think these power plants are in a line like that? I gave you a layup.
It follows the pipeline.
It follows the pipeline. That's exactly right. That's the Transcontinental Gas Pipeline. Here is the Southern Natural Line that comes in, and this is Piedmont Natural Gas here. You can look elsewhere. There's lines that run up the Mississippi River that follow that. This is the El Paso line that runs through here. So yeah, the natural gas plants often are connected directly to the mainline interstate pipelines. So it gives you an idea as to where they're located. It also gives you an idea as to how many there are. There's a lot of natural gas plants. So when people start saying, well, we need to stop using natural gas to generate power, that's a pretty big question to resolve. There's a lot of infrastructure out there. That represents a lot of capital dollars invested. And you can imagine the cost of replacing those plants and retiring them, because you're going to have to compensate the owners to some extent for the capital investment that they made that you're retiring prematurely. So retiring natural gas plants is a big question. And, you know, I'm going to be 70 next month. I get to retire in a while. You all get to figure that out. So there's another one. Put that on your list. Write it down in your notes. Figure out how to transition from natural gas as a power generation fuel. I think I gave you one other one today to put on your list. I'll give you about 10 or 12 by the time you get done with this session. You'll have enough career opportunity when we get done in these seven sessions that there'll be no question as to your value and your potential for leadership. So here's where the natural gas plants are. And I'm going to have to stop screen sharing. We're going to take a tour through a natural gas power plant. I've got to reset resolution each time or you don't see the video and hear it. So now we've reset. We're going to go back to screen share and we're going to see if we can get this video to run.
Electricity using heat released during the combustion of natural gas. This type of power plant has two types of turbines, a combustion turbine and a steam turbine, both connected to a generator. With the same volume of fuel, these two turbines generate more electricity when they are used together. In some power plants, each turbine is connected to its own generator.
David, that video is not coming through right.
Air is injected into a compressor.
Tell me again, Kelly.
No, the video is just coming through very choppy.
Okay. How about everybody else? Is anybody else having a problem seeing it?
It's fine for me.
I'm going to go ahead and run it.
This is a little choppy.
Okay. I'm going to run it and see how we do. So if you have problems seeing it, I'm going to cover some of this in a PowerPoint in just a couple minutes.
Compressor at high pressure. The compressed air then travels to the combustion chamber, where it mixes with the fuel. This air-gas mix ignites and produces exhaust gases that turn the combustion turbine. This turbine drives the generator. The heat of the gases released by the combustion turbine is recovered in a boiler lined with pipes in which water circulates. This water is heated and travels to a tank, where it turns into steam. The steam is channeled towards the steam turbine and makes it turn. The energy produced by the rotation of this second turbine is transmitted to the generator, supplementing the energy already transmitted by the combustion turbine. In the generator, the interaction between the electromagnets of the moving rotor and the copper coils of the stationary stator produces an electric current. Transformers boost the current's voltage to between 225,000 and 400,000 volts, thereby facilitating transmission over the grid's high voltage power lines. The steam travels out of the turbine into a condenser in which cold water is circulating. The steam is turned back into water so it can be returned to the boiler. The fumes produced during the combustion process are filtered before being discharged through vent stacks. As natural gas is used as a fuel source, the power plant emits half as much CO2 as a coal-fired power plant. Combined cycle plants are flexible, responsive and more efficient than conventional fossil-fired power plants. Capable of reaching full power in less than an hour, they are used, depending on the country, continuously or during peak periods and very cold spells, for example.
So you heard in this video that natural gas can, a combined cycle can go from cold start to full operation in about an hour. But you saw previously in some of the charts that they use natural gas for base load in a lot of circumstances. The reason for that is that it's inexpensive and it does not, it only produces half the CO2 as coal. So utilities now, despite natural gas's flexibility of a fast start, they tend to use it more for baseload activity and use coal for their load following, even though coal is a little bit more challenging to load follow.
David, why would someone use, let's say, it sounds like combined cycle is a superior way to just a single turbine. So why wouldn't you always just use a combined cycle as being more efficient?
So despite the fact that a combined cycle is fairly flexible, a combined cycle plant, as they said, it takes about an hour to come up to full operating capacity. A combustion turbine can come up to full operating capacity in minutes. So you saw just a number of slides back, just that little chip of peaking capacity. Mm-hmm. When you consider the capital cost of keeping combined cycle capacity ready to meet the very top of the peak, and the operating cost of keeping it warm and ready to go, versus the capital cost of a combustion turbine, it turns out that the combustion turbine is the better answer from the standpoint of responsiveness and cost.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So here's a schematic look at what you just saw in the plant. And I'm going to point out that there are two different types of turbines. the tour that you took through Siemens just before this, they make both of these turbines. In the generator, they make the rotor and the stator that create the electrons. So on one side, you have a gas turbine that sits right here. On the other side, you have a steam turbine. Now, if you take a look right here, you'll see here's fuel. So the fuel is coming in to ignite and drive this gas turbine. This is basically a jet engine. So they're running a jet engine, and here's the exhaust coming off, running across these pipes. So the fuel comes in, ignites, turns the jet engine. Now, over here, the shaft is connected to the generator, creates the electrons. So you have heat going this way, but you have exhaust coming off this engine this way. So you're capturing the direct heat off the flame. You're collecting the indirect heat off the hot air. It's also warming up the water, not bringing it to steam, but it's warming it up. So they capture the heat off of this combustion two different ways. The steam then is brought down here to the other turbine, and it drives the steam turbine. Here's the water condensing, runs back through the process, it's turned into water, pumped back up, goes through the cycle again and again and again. Any surplus water goes to some kind of cooling facility before it is returned back to a river or a lake or a stream. So that is why natural gas combined cycle combustion technology has become the preferred for large-scale central generation power construction in the United States. How about questions about what you saw in the video or the look that you have at this plant, the schematic? This is a natural gas plant. I think you saw something similar in the video. This is just a quick look at the amount of carbon that that is produced. This is from the Energy Information Administration, and what they show you is that here is carbon that's being produced from increased natural gas consumption, and you'll see that the primary growth is electric power and industrial. That actually residential CO2 production is dropping down just a touch, and commercial staying about steady. On the other hand, you'll see that as a result of the reduction in coal use for power production, you'll see that CO2 relative to that area has fallen off dramatically. This just again gives you a quick look at fuel use going into the future. Now, the last slide we'll take a look at today deals with how capital investments are being made in power generation. Now, this says future natural gas generation development. That's because that's where we want folks to focus. So if you look at oil and natural gas, there's literally no oil plants being built anymore. So natural gas is going to be the darker blue that sits in here. Nuclear is going to be the lighter blue. You see there's a little bit of nuclear just below the line here. So what I want you to focus on is that everything above the line is new additions. So you'll see that solar began to show up, here's 2010, solar began to show up 2011 and onward. And you can see the amount of solar that the Energy Information Administration believes that's going to be in our future power portfolio as far as new construction between now and 2050. The other parts that it expects to be, this light gray is wind. And if you look through here, you'll see that the Energy Information Administration believes that there's not much wind that's going to be built in the future. They have very little in there. In addition to solar, the big contributor to our future power portfolio is going to be natural gas. That's going to be primarily combined cycle natural gas. You can see the blue that are in these various stacks of capital investment going forward. And then if you look below the line, you'll see the retirements. So the light blue is nuclear. You'll see that they expect that there's some nuclear generation that's going to be retired in the next 5 years, and maybe a little bit up here beyond 2030. But the big news in retirements is all of the black below here, which is coal. And you see no black above the line. So there's no coal plants that are projected to be built in the future. And there's a lot of coal plants that are projected for retirement. So let me stop there, see if you have any questions about anything we've covered in this material today or anything that we covered yesterday.
David, do you not foresee much offshore wind in the southeast, or is it viable at all?
Offshore wind is viable. Onshore wind in North Carolina and South Carolina is not particularly viable. We don't have the correct wind profiles onshore for the most part, except in the Northeast, North Carolina, where we've already built, I think it's a 104 tower turbine farm by Avangrid. We have a sufficient wind profile in the mountains, but throughout the entire mountain area, there is a ordinance that restricts construction. I think it's above 3 stories. So you can't build those towers high enough to capture the wind. So we won't be building wind in the mountains. And then offshore, there is plenty of wind offshore, but we have political and community issues with regard to tourism, aesthetics, and marine biology that is keeping people from doing much there. Now, what has happened is that Virginia has made a pretty aggressive move to develop offshore wind resources, and some of the other states that are further north of Virginia have also. So I think what you're seeing is that the Carolinas are getting left behind, and it's going to be difficult for us to make a strong case to build wind offshore. Governor Cooper has a study underway right now, and I think we're going to find as a result of the study that we have feasibility, but we probably don't have the overall industry capacity for us to be able to productively build wind offshore. The other issue is that once you build wind offshore, you got to get it onshore, and you've got to have the undersea transmission facilities to bring it onshore, and then you have to have the ability to consume it right along the coast. And we're not particularly industrialized along our coast, either in North Carolina or South Carolina. So that's another issue with regard to bringing the power onshore. But Virginia has a little bit more industrialization, particularly the Norfolk area and the Virginia Beach area. Did I answer that question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. How about anything else with regard to anything we've covered today or even yesterday?
David, I've got kind of a deep question, and I don't want to take any time, so this may be like something that I want to propose to you after class. But my interest really is why, and I know why. I mean, I understand why, but nuclear just seems like such an obvious thing, right? You look at all the renewable things, and there's some challenges there with nuclear or with renewables. And yet, in 1979, we know that about 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania, I get it, but I just think that it's been, 40 years since 3 Mile Island. I think the technology has gained enough to where we could kind of get beyond that. I just don't understand that.
I can explain it pretty quickly. So when we were sitting around 2008 or 9, nuclear was posed to be the leading power generation fuel in the United States. And the various economic forecasts supported that. 2 things happened about the same time that dramatically changed nuclear's positioning. Number one, natural gas prices, which had been about $10 per million BTUs, fell to close to $2. Okay, that was a result of the new natural gas finding technology and production technology. So when the new seismic technology came available, and when hydrofracking came available, and we could access those shale fields, and you saw how abundant they are, and you saw that we're now exporting, natural gas prices dropped by 75%. And that changed the operating economics of power plants. So, previously natural gas power plants were going to be fairly expensive to operate because of the fuel cost, and they were a second choice compared to nuclear. So suddenly natural gas became very competitive compared to nuclear. Secondly, we had Fukushima, where the Fukushima plant in Japan was hit by a seismic produced tsunami.
Right.
Damaged the plant, threatened it, and it caused a second safety scare in the industry. You also had the Russian plant Chernobyl that had a meltdown. So nuclear had some bad press, and it further caused the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to up the ante with regard to safety. If you go to any nuclear plant now, they have technology in place, and they've had to make improvements to the plant to take into account what happens if an earthquake occurs. Okay? So the cost of the nuclear plants went up. The actual capital cost went up because of additional safety provisions with regard to earthquake activity. Addition, cybersecurity and actual physical security costs went up because of increased terroristic threats within the United States. So the cost of nuclear went up, and the operating costs of natural gas plants went down. That's the reason why nuclear suddenly took a back seat. Now, I think you'll see that next generation nuclear will be much more competitive. So the advanced nuclear designs, the small modular nuclear, they're being designed so they can be competitive with combined cycle natural gas. And right now, the economics show that they will be. So probably a decade from now, you're going to see that nuclear is competitive, and it'll begin to edge its way back into the generating portfolio.
Great. Thank you.